Good evening, everybody, and welcome to session 13 of Brisbane by Night Hellfire. I would give a recap of the events of last session. That's because I couldn't find a place at night and I didn't really want to edit the thing. I should do that at some point, but meh. Instead of giving a recap of what happened last session, I would suggest that if you missed it, you go watch it on the YouTube. Best place to catch up. For now, though, we're going to re-enter the lives and times of our dear Hellfire Coterie. Because I think that's just what I'm going to call you until you guys figure out an actual name. The Hellfire Coterie. It's a pretty decent name anyway, so you could just adopt it. On a new night. Now, this is actually a thing that I need to think about because I realized... What are we looking at on humanity for you guys?
I'm at 6.
Yep.
6.
Okay.
7.
Judge is at 7, okay.
7.
Ashton at 7. Pretty sure Valentina is also at 7, and Lucy, you're at like 5, right?
What?
Humanity.
4.
4!
Oh.
Yeah.
She started at 6.
I completely forgot that you. Yeah, I thought you started at 7. No, you. Yeah, you took the downrank train, as we call it, rather hard. Swear to God, I'm not trying to speedrun you to a sale. I swear. But we're gonna start with, as we do with every new night. Can I have everyone make me rouse checks, please?
Damn. Okay. Well.
Okay. Judge, technically you already made one, so that you passed, so you're fine. Skye, Judge, Clayton, Lucy, you do not get any hungrier. But Valentina and Ashton, you do. Okay, so Valentina is at hunger 3. Ashton, what hunger are you at? Given we're starting with you. 3.
3.
Okay. I wasn't looking directly at the cameras there for a second.
How dare you?
Well, I had other things to check. But it is in... Now that we have sorted that out, and luckily the judge doesn't get any hungrier, so feeding tonight's not normally going to result in a frenzy. Ashton.
Yes.
As you awake from your day sleep, it seems that... I'd like you to make me a wits awareness, please.
What's awareness, you say?
Mm-hmm.
To pop heightened senses.
Sure, then you may also add your auspex.
Which would be +2. How's 5 sound?
5 sounds wonderful, in fact. As... you awake... feeling a weight on you.
Mm.
And as you open your eyes, you realize you're not alone in your coffin. There is someone on top of you. But
Oh.
they are currently still asleep.
Why is there someone on top of me? Are they breathing?
No. But then, as you kind of look over them, you realize that wouldn't really matter anyway. Because they don't need to breathe.
And why would that be?
Can you see the map?
I can't. Oh, that's okay. Oh. Oh.
There is a fully dressed person in a suit asleep on top of you, and as you look over them, their corpse-like pallor, you recognize this figure.
He's like just completely flabbergasted. Like he's
This is Sam.
uh-huh. Yup. He's gonna try to just slowly, like, just push her off of him to exit the coffin. Trying not to wake her as he does, but just kind of like
As you go to move them, because remember NB.
yes.
As you go to move them, their eyes slowly flutter open. They look up, they see you, they look down, see their clothing is still all intact. They look up again. Oh,
What
this
are
is
you
just,
doing?
This is just embarrassing.
What even? Okay. I'm gonna like just pretend like this didn't happen. I don't know how you got here. I don't know why you're here, but I don't remember permission. I don't think was granted. At least I don't think it was.
Look. Okay. And Sam themselves actually gets up and out of, like, rolls up and out of the coffin. Give me a second to, like, explain. Look, something must have happened last night, and because I don't remember very much. I'm gonna be just so real with you, and I think Mom might have kicked me out for the evening.
So
And I
you came
guess
here.
I guess I ended up here somehow. Look, if you're looking for like logic or consistent answers, dude, you're not gonna find it. I don't remember fucking shit. But I'm sorry. Yeah. Look, this is about
You
as awkward
are-
for you as it is for me. I just woke up in somebody else's haven. Like, you gotta look at this from my perspective. Do you have any idea how that makes me feel?
I would try to ascertain such a feeling, but currently I am too busy with my own.
You know, that's completely valid. That is just so fucking fair. Oh my god.
You
They kind of
have
like
probably about 4 hours before I get a little bit not kind. I will give you the grace of like half a night to get your shit.
look. I'm pretty sure I didn't bring anything with me or whatever. I'm not seeing anything in mine. I'm pretty sure it's just the clothing on my back. I will be like gone in like a second. I swear. I just pulls out the. She. They pull out their phone and they're like, oh, hmm. They kind of slowly tilt the phone towards Ashton.
What do I see on this screen?
It looks like whoever was holding the phone was on one hell of a bender, and it shows them at like you were already asleep by this time. The sun was just rising when the person seems to find you and be like, yeah, this'll do, and get into the coffin with you. Something fucking happened last night, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I heard that perhaps maybe too many of those medically induced coma patients could make you go a little cuckoo. I understand.
I fed off of somebody else last night. I know it wasn't one of them. And
And
you
perhaps
can
that you should try to find whatever drug that was and never do it again.
yeah, I 100% agree. Again, was not looking to wake up in your bed this evening. Though, no offense.
I'm gonna just pop Oblivion site real quick just to make sure that they don't have anything attached to them while they're here.
Sure, you pop Oblivion site, nothing.
Okay.
In fact,
Finding Fetter, do they have any of my collection on them?
also no.
Okay.
There is a fetter, but you know it's not one of yours. It glows differently.
Okay.
Like, clearly, like you could go ahead and make a wits insight if you would like.
Not have a very good insight, but sure.
It's not gonna take a lot. I'm gonna be real.
One.
One is enough. You know for a fact that they're not lying to you. They don't know what they're doing here. They had no intention of coming here. Something just brought them here. And from the video, you can tell that it is some kind of. They were off their face on something, and it's something that you know full well that wouldn't be present in the body of one of those medically induced coma patients because it's too wild, too rowdy. This sings more of street drugs than it does of medical precision.
He'll sort of like kind of clutch at the necklace that he's got around his neck for a moment. Sort of just taking this whole scene. And he's a little uncomfy. I'm not gonna lie. Him just someone sleeping on top of him. Yeah, that kind of brings him back to being in the trenches, and one of his comrades dying on top of him, sort of deal. So that's kind of like he's a little iffy on that.
Yeah, the thing keeping you grounded is that they're fully clothed. The clothing isn't mussed in any way, shape, or form outside of like a little bit of ruffling, and there's no blood.
Giovanni, know that I offer refuge to all who seek it. However, please be mindful of one's property. And if you wish to encroach upon this property again, please make sure you have permission.
I mean, I didn't mean to do it the first time, but I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. He just stares at her.
Yeah, and it's literally like 5 seconds before she's just. But they're like, I'm just gonna go. And they just slowly, but like, raise their heads and slowly back out of the haven.
I need better locks on this place. Thinking back to what Clayton had said before, just like, well, now that that has been done and over with, I think I need a bite before I do what I was planning on doing.
There was a delicious morsel right there, but you let them go.
No, not even. Okay. Because I know that feeding on one of those ends up with me having a thing, and I am not looking forward to that. All right. Let's just pop one of the old coffins open. It's the equivalent of Ashton opening his refrigerator at like 3 in.
Yeah. By all means, make your hunting roll of difficulty 5. You're at 4.
Give me a
Remember
second.
to recover willpower if you haven't. That's 8.
I did.
Yeah, you're fine. You're completely fine. You're able to get yourself some sip.
And as the sip has had, some poor elderly lady who passed away from natural causes, probably. As the God, that sip really hit me in the place. Dang. As the sip is taken, I will channel my oblivion into my shadow and watch as part of it separates off from me, and I would like to use Shadow Spy, please. On one judge.
You want to use Shadow Card. Oh, no,
Shadow Spy.
Shadow Spy.
Use a Shadow Spy to spy on or ensnare others, which means this little part of my shadow is going to go fuse with his. It's going to be a grand old time. So
Shadow
let me
Servant,
rouse for that. Yep. So let me.
Yep, so go ahead and rouse.
Okay. And I'm at 2 hunger, which isn't terrible. Luckily, I didn't feed when I was at 4, because that would have been a problem. But I'm at 2, so that's fine. But yeah, I'm gonna go do that. Completely try to forget about the Kata incident because that was uncomfortable.
Yeah, you woke up with somebody else. You woke up with somebody else in your bed who did not mean to be in your bed. Although,
nope.
I will say that does indeed go off. I will need you to just make a single Wits Oblivion against difficulty 3, just
Wits
so
Oblivion?
that. Yep. Because it's traveling quite a distance.
Okay. Let me do that for you real quick.
Because it travels at running speed. It's gotta go quite a distance to get to Judge, and
Yeah, I
there
got
is a
you.
chance it could be dispelled before it gets there.
It's
But you make
4.
it. Yep, you make it. That's okay.
So it's gonna follow him around for the night.
Yeah, so you won't get the hunting scene. You'll get the next scene from him, because it'll
Okay.
take the equivalent of a scene for it to even get over to him.
So all the important, it'll get the important stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as you do that, I would also like to ask for one last roll from you.
Yes, glorious ST. What is this roll?
Recognition of a landmark. Like, of a place. I'm gonna make this an intelligence wits.
Intelligence wits. Okay.
Yeah, because it's combining what you know with what you can identify using your eyes.
Okay. Sure. A bestial failure. Unless I want to re-roll that. Which I think I will, because I have oodles upon oodles upon oodles of willpower.
You may. 2 successes. So, Ashton, it looks like you're piecing together events in your head.
Okay.
And it looks like post meeting with the Hecata,
Yeah.
it seems like Sam was kind of booted out of the house for the evening. Why, you don't quite know.
I love for
But
pulling a gun on me, but yeah. Probably for pulling a gun out on me, but yeah.
They ended up at a club of some kind. And you know a face. You know you're not a club goer, but you know a face because it's the rack, right?
Yeah.
And you know it's not Faith. It's darker, a little bit grungier than Faith. You're not quite sure where, but that's where the footage that Sam showed you shows them getting just completely fucking blitzed on something. Like, they did take a drink while they were there, and it seems like it fucked them up really badly.
He'll just sort of like put his head in his hands before he goes off. Oh my god. This is not my problem, but I should probably ask what club this was. Oh god. Oh, to be a savior, one must carry so much sin. He just like stretches out his face.
All right. Where would you like to go this evening?
I'm waiting on a pickup. Someone's picking me up and taking me to a place. I'm waiting.
Yes, that is true. That is indeed true.
I ain't going nowhere.
Then, as you wait for your pickup, we're gonna switch scenes very quickly. Do-do-do-do. Need to switch these over and change layers because of course I do. And then bring that over. Bring this one over here. Haha. We're gonna move over to Skye, Lucy, and Judge. Judge, last night was taxing for you, to say the least. Between healing Lucy, the amount of blood you had to spend trying and failing to capture Ace and everything else, you have found yourself quite hungry still. Even though waking this evening did not cause any more strain on your already strained pool. Not necessarily the pool of resources, but the amount of blood running in your veins. You're not running on empty, but you are hungry. And it is very early in the evening, as the other two girls had said that they would come and find you and they would take you out hunting again to make sure that you were fully fed with no problems.
Yes, the babysitting.
The babysitting.
This is becoming quite bothersome to me. But oh well.
It seems only for feeding, and looks like any other meetings that you have tonight will be able to be done by you and yourself, as it were.
Thank God I need some time by myself.
Skye, Lucy, it's not too long before you do arrive at where Judge had set up to meet. Sorry, Volvo, you going to add something?
No, you're good.
Okay. Anything to add in the evening to the greetings and platitudes of the evening before you decide to go about business, as it were?
Thank you two for the assistance.
Oh, no problem. How are you feeling tonight?
I am managing.
Good.
I do have a few things to do later, but that's personal business.
My only concern is just making sure you stay fed. That's about it.
I still don't think we should go places alone.
No, there are some places that we might have to go alone. And if Judge survived the Sabat attack on his own, then he should be good for the time being.
For the most part, I don't mind people tagging along with me. But in the matters of personal situations and dealings, I'd rather be by myself.
Just don't get dead.
Don't plan on it. But I'd rather not take up both of your nights. So let's get this over with, shall we?
Alrighty. And how are the three of you going about getting Judge fed? Is one of the two more brawly types going to grab someone for him, or are you going to back him up as Judge performs a break and enter?
My plan is just to back him up.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just kind of follow them in just in case Judge Frenzy's, which I don't think he can right now. So that's the only concern Lucy has. That's the only reason she's coming.
Okay.
But Lucy doesn't know that.
Then Judge,
Mm-hmm.
you may go ahead and make your feeding roll at a +2.
Okay. Gonna willpower 3.
Certainly.
And there we go.
6 is successful. How much blood are you taking, Judge?
Gonna take 2. Drops me down here.
Okay. And Lucy, Skye, as you watch, it seems that Judge is in complete control of his faculties. As he feeds, cleans up, and comes out. No mess. To
Everything's
resurrect.
back.
Yes. Do you two need any assistance feeding?
I'm good.
No, I haven't had to push myself, so I'm okay.
Wonderful. Then with that, I hope to see you both later.
Be safe.
Know what to do if you get in trouble.
Will do. And Judge hits off.
Yep. So you do indeed head off into the night. And Judge will come back to you in just a moment. We come to Skye and Lucy. You're left there, given that Judge does wander off.
What do you have planned for tonight?
Well, I was gonna go poke someone about a select thing of ammo. Oh, like there's a fucking lupine in the city.
Ooh,
That's. I know
maybe they
that
can
look.
make my present that I wanted Clayton.
He doesn't make, I don't think. But we can ask if we can find any. What was it you were gonna get him?
No. I was trying to get them from Clayton. I wanted him to buy me. I want a pair of like brass knuckles with silver inlays.
Why does that not surprise me with you?
I'm not any good with guns, so I can't do a silver bullet thing. But I can punch things.
Yeah, do you know how to use them effectively? By any chance?
I mean, usually I just punch things until they stop moving.
Right, I'm gonna have to teach you things, I think. Including how to disarm someone with a gun. Or, you know, a crossbow.
That could have came in handy.
No shit.
If I disarmed the guy with the crossbow, he wouldn't have blew up the building.
Mm-hmm. Would've been a lot smoother.
You do also know of a person, Lucy, that could teach you these sorts of things. You would have to do something for them in return, but you do know of someone. Someone tough. Really tough.
Who was that again?
That would be Sarah.
Oh, I remember. might be good to start practicing.
That, and you said you want to learn how to use sticks properly anyway. I'm no expert in it, but
Well, I think I might know someone that can help us. We can all practice together.
sounds good.
They're very strong.
And she pauses for a moment, looks at Lucy. I'm in trouble. If they're as strong as you, I might be in trouble. Goddamn good thing I'm quick.
Oh yeah, but we won't use our full strength. Like,
Well, I understand that. However, never mind. Not going there.
Lucy's just gonna kind of tilt her head. Okay.
Then I suppose you are gonna take Lucy to see Jasper. Is that it, Skye?
Yep. Yep. This is gonna be a funny little trip.
Okay. I think we'll do that first. Just gonna quickly get this scene paired. One, two, and I need one more. You. She. There we go. Skye, you take Lucy on a little trip. You know it's not gonna be to you know it's not gonna be to the Haven. 'Cause,
No,
Jasper
he frowned
doesn't.
on that one.
Yes, he would.
Mm.
However,
Ooh.
you know where he hangs out in the
Yep.
in like the northwest area that is under control of Primogen Hansel, where you know he hangs out. And so it is on a park bench, simply chilling, that the pair of you come across him.
As we're kind of like walking towards the, it's like, wait, Mike, like, and she's gonna put her mask up and like her hood up. Do I have to hide me? What is this guy?
You're about to find out.
That as you're walking away, like that doesn't help. I mean,
Not that one. This one. And it's really only a moment before Skye, you see Jasper kind of turn to the two of you. You two just gonna like sit there and fuck about, or
Well, I was gonna try and sneak up on you, but Lucy here pseudo panicked.
you know how real unlikely that is. All right.
Yeah, but
oh
it's
no,
a
I
try.
panic all the time. It's not very unlikely.
I'm not touching that one.
Yeah, I think of everything I could say. I don't really need to add anything to that. It kind of just speaks for itself. But, so, given I kind of put myself out of the way on purpose, it would seem the pair of you would want something. So, go on. Now with it.
When don't I want something from you? Anyway. Odd request. You're gonna give me a weird fucking look for it. Probably gonna scold me for it afterward. But I need silver ammo.
And he stops. Silver.
Uh-huh. No, I'm not going out hunting for one.
I was gonna say some kindred do have allergies to silver, but you're fucking shitting me right now.
I'm not going out hunting one. I don't have to when there's one in the fucking city somewhere. Supposedly.
I really shouldn't have to tell you just how fucking bad of an idea it is to even have a remote encounter with something like that. Fuck
Yeah,
me.
I know.
Well, we don't want to have an encounter, but if we do, we'd like to try to make it so we survive. That's why we came to see if we can get some.
Figured you might know where we could.
Yeah, she wants bullets, and if I can get like a pair of knuckle dusters with that are either plated or like have silver inlays.
Meet the girl who likes to punch everything into oblivion.
Right. Name's Jasper.
Hi, I'm Lucy.
Lucia. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Fuck. You can see that he's exasperated by the footage that you just went, I'm not hunting one. He's like, I was just hoping you were going after a vamp, like a kindred with a fucking silver allergy, not a goddamn lupine.
See, there's that look. That's the look I expected.
Ugh. Ugh.
Look, we're not actively hunting this thing yet. It's just more precautionary in case we come across it because Jesus, fuck the amount of information from the past couple days.
Right. Look, I do know of a weaponsmith, but it's gonna be difficult to get into contact with them. They're flighty at the best of times, and given everything that's been going on, they've been kind of digging themselves into a hole so deep that you'd need an oil derrick to go find them. Because, when war sparks up, everyone wants weapons. And the first people that get targeted by hunters are those who can make weapons. So he kind of wants to keep
Naturally.
himself out of trouble, as it were. But, like, you're telling me there's a fucking lupine in the city?
Uh-huh. On top of us confirming that the Sabbat are in the city, on top of confirmation of a small group of hunters down south. It just gets worse and worse as the night goes on.
I don't fucking believe this.
You know I can't lie. So,
Look, I know shit was bad. This is fucked.
oh, just wait. She and I fought one of the Sabbat.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we didn't really
Technically,
get a fight.
Well, to be fair, we fought two, killed one. The other one,
Killed one?
however, caught and interrogated, then killed. The sheriff already has details.
Oh yeah, the one I pulled his arm off.
Yeah. The other one, however, seems to be able to use some sort of illusion. Conjure flames that's not there.
Illusion?
Mm-hmm. Forced both me and her to run. Another member of the coterie came across him just last night, and same thing. Illusionary flames forced him to run.
Right. Okay. Come here. Close enough so I don't have. Close enough so I can drop my voice so I can tell you some shit.
And she'll move closer.
Right. So. That was also to you, Lucy.
Oh, okay. And Lucy will step forward. I didn't want to assume.
Well, you're with Skye, and an ally of Skye's, I'll consider an ally of mine till I got a reason to think otherwise.
Okay.
Right. So. This one's gonna be a little bit of a lesson on what we kindred are technically capable of. Because some of us are capable of some weird shit.
No shit, we're coterie mates with one.
Coterie mates with one?
Malkavian. We'll just say that.
Ah, batshit. Righto. No. This concerns a very different group of vampires with very different abilities. We talk about the basics of what it is a kindred's able to do. Command animals, see the unseen, supernatural speed, toughness, strength, to sway others, to enforce your will upon them, to hide from others. And even the shape-shifting of Protean. There are other abilities out there, esoteric ones. And I don't mean the occult hoogity-boogity bullshit that the Tremere like to peddle. No, there's a mixture of different little sparks that when they all come together can boggle the mind with things that don't exist. Think like a blood-fueled supernatural sleight of hand of the mind and of the senses. I don't know what it goes by these days, but back when I was just a pup, there was one word we used to call
Jedi mind trick?
it. No. Chemistry. Think of it like a twisted mix between mental ventriloquism and the fooling of the brain to see things that aren't actually there. It's practiced most commonly by a single clan. A clan that's really not even so much of a clan these days, what with what happened to them a few years ago. Clan Ravnos. Daredevils. Nomads. Few other names that I really don't feel all that comfortable repeating. Given their penchant for tricks and sleights and foolery of
imagine
that
why.
kind. Yeah, they have no no small number of, rather unkind nicknames, shall we say. And such tricks, this chemistry, is what allows them to fool anyone. You can't believe what you see when it comes to the Rav. Because they're the ones with the ability to make what you see a lie. Fabrication, a construct conjured from their own mind with just a little bit of blood.
That makes perfect fucking sense. And that explains a lot. This one is likely to be of that clan. At least, safe to assume so.
If they're not of the clan, then they've got the ability at least. So, whoever you ran into that did this, believe nothing. Not words, not what you see, nothing. Because unless either of you possess the piercing powers of you know, being able to scry shit out, as it were. You ain't peering through that.
I mean, that's something I could possibly work on.
Not sure. That's up to you, but the idea is, even if you see it, don't believe it. Unless it's through a camera. That's the fatal flaw with chemistry. Can't send it through a camera. At least, not unless you've got, like, several powers, one of which includes a level 5 presence power.
Well, let's hope he doesn't have that one. Lord forbid. That gives us a lot to go on, though.
Oh, actually, no. Sorry, no, not even then. Can never record on transmitted, so ghosts in the machine and star magnetism do not work. So, don't mind me. So yeah, camera.
We got those.
Yeah, we carry them around in our pockets half the time. Who
Would
knew
suggest-
modern technology could be so useful?
Would suggest using it.
Yeah, it's probably going to be one of the first things I pull out if I come across them again. Unless I can, take him down first.
Yeah, I was about to say the first thing I'm going to try to pull out is his spine.
Violent.
Well,
She is.
No, he deserves it after what he did. He made me think I was on fire.
That and he did attack Judge. So,
Yeah.
for no fucking reason.
Plus, we're just supposed to kill Sabat, so.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
there's
smart.
that.
Yeah, no, yeah, right. If
Yeah.
you ran into it in terms of the part, yeah, no, off with their fucking head. Yeah, no, don't fuck around with that. If you get the chance to take him out, do it.
Like I said, spine moved.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, no, definitely agree with that. But that ain't what concerns me right now, if I'm being just so honest with you. I fucking Lupine.
Yeah, from what we know, it's just one.
He
And
better
I'd
hope
rather have some preparation on me in case that thing ever fucking pops up.
Well, no fucking shit.
Yeah, I personally would rather run than fight one. But if I have to fight one, I want to try to be able to do as much damage as I can.
Right. Look, I'll put the feelers out, see if I can find this guy. I can't guarantee anything under the circumstances, alright?
That's better than nothing.
Does anyone else know about this?
Right now, just the coterie. Possibly the sheriff. Who seems to be trying to keep certain things on, the down low.
And a certain Primogen, of course. You hear from a nearby tree.
Are we gonna have to pick a new spot for Imogen?
Oh, that
Or
won't
do you
help
just
you.
Or do you just happen to tail one of us around all the time?
Well, not necessarily. First time just so happened to be happenstance. this time I actually had something I wanted to discuss with Jasper. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, but maybe I should start tailing you when you went to my domain because you have the most interesting things to say.
Yeah, usually do.
And you see
Hope
her
your
hop
night's
down
been
from the
treating you well.
tree. Oh, it always does. And oh my, you're new. Who's this? And she's
This is Lucy.
gesturing to Lucy. Lucy, go ahead and make me an intelligence politics very quickly.
Oh, this should be good. Oh, I got about as good as I could.
2 successes. It's not. You didn't require very much. You know who this is. You've never met them in person, but you're aware that this is the Gangrel Primogen. Isabel Hansel. And she tends to be a rather gregarious sort.
Hi, I'm Lucy. You must be Primogen for Gangrel, right?
That's me. Please, you can call me Izzy. I'm not one for all the formalities and things like that. It's why I really only show up to Elysium when we have Primogen Council meetings. Otherwise, I avoid the court like the plague.
That works for me because I'm still new to the whole decorum thing. I'm learning though.
Oh, and you should. I mean, look, if we get another prince anything like Maylin, whoo, you better learn quick, or otherwise, you'll get smacked in ways that even your strength might be able to stop.
Trust me, that's already happening. Mr. Wellsworth is the one teaching her at the moment.
Oh. A fuddy-duddy venture with a stick up his ass. Oh. Useful. Good at his job, certainly. But very uptight.
Aren't
Needs to
most
learn to... Oh no. No. Some are, but then you get ones like the Harpy, and she's she's fun. Especially when you get her in one of her moods.
Why do I suspect you try to get her in one of her moods all the time?
Well, because it's interesting. It's entertaining. I mean, you should have seen it when we had a guest here.
Oh, really? Now I'm curious.
Yeah. Ventru Bigwig from the States. Although, he sounded real British. It's not in the city anymore. But yeah, she seemed to bring he seemed to bring the thing out of her, you know? It's just so damn entertaining.
I'll have to watch one of these days, see if she slips into it.
Maybe. She's got a little bit too much to worry about for that to happen, though. But, you know, it's really kind of neither here nor there at the moment. Let's talk about this lupine for a bit, shall we?
Of course.
I want to know everything that you know. because it's likely that it's most likely that us and ours will be the first thing to run into it, and the last thing that I want to do is deal with an overgrown mutt unprepared.
Let's see here. What we know is that it is. Oh, you're gonna love this because on top of everything else, it seems to be working with the hunters and the Sabbat both. From what we've been able to gather, we haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but
And the Sabbat?
mhm.
See, hunters I could understand, but Sabbat? They hate kindred
See-
as a matter of principle. What?
That's what gets me. Because apparently the group might be helping the Sabbat get into the city. I don't know. That it wasn't mega clear when that was discussed. That's just what it sounds like at the term abomination was tossed around in accordance with it.
I gotta roll a thing for this.
Oh no.
Sounds bad. Like, really, just fucking awful.
Hence why we're trying to get at least a little silver weaponry, just in case.
Yeah, I mean, I overheard you talking with Jasper.
Mhm.
Hopefully he's able
Oh
to
no,
find whoever
I'm
for you.
aware.
But I've heard that word used before. I just can't for the life of me remember where. It's been a long while. A really long while.
Oh no, it's the first I've ever heard it paired up with lupine, so.
Oh, I mean, I heard it a couple, like 100 or so years ago.
Oh, come to think of it, I don't even know anyone we could go to about it. Oh,
Sheriff?
maybe. I think that's
I mean,
on Mr.
he's
Wellsworth to-do list, so.
Well, he has survived an encounter with a werewolf before.
Mhm.
Maybe he knows a thing or two about him.
Yeah,
Talking
and
about
we
the
have
sheriff,
been
that
keeping
is.
him in the loop, so.
Otherwise, I don't know. You could always go talk to that shut-in Malaeus. He's an occult specialist. Maybe he knows a thing or two about werewolves.
That's just. Yeah, I'll bring up that to Mr. Wellsworth and see if he can.
Yeah, it's not a common topic we like to talk about, or that people like to do research on by virtue of, they're big and stronger than even, like, the most roided out fortitude potent kindred out there.
Slow glance over at Lucy.
They're they act like a force of nature that fucking hates you. Like, hates your very existence and wishes you to die, and painfully, usually.
Mhm. Yeah.
So it's not really a common research topic amongst kindred.
Yeah, and now the fact that it's in the city.
Yeah, that's not fucking fun at all. Alright. I mean, I didn't have anything I was going to really need to do tonight, but apparently I've got shit to do.
I'm sorry?
It's better than not knowing.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It is better than not knowing, but at the same time, ignorance is kind of blissful. Especially in this case, where it could mean us getting bent over and roared in a way that none of us would ever like. Like I gotta make a few calls. Thanks for, I guess, not even letting me know. Thanks for speaking it in my earshot.
Anytime.
You kids are gonna be the fucking death of me, I swear.
We're
And
going to be
she-
the death of ourselves if things keep up, trust me.
And everyone else probably, but hey, look, the city's already going to shit. What's one more little splash of gas on the pyre? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
fuck. She's just walking off, shaking her head and mumbling to herself, like, as to how fucked this situation is.
I almost feel bad for her.
Do you really?
Yeah. Wouldn't want to be in her position.
Yeah, you fucking got that right. Yeah, alright. Check back with me in a little bit, and I'll see if I can't source you at least some contact details or a meeting with this guy, but it's gonna be rough.
That's nothing new for these nights.
If anything was actually easy, I'd be scared.
You got the right thoughts about that. If it's easy, it's always too easy.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice meeting you, though.
Likewise, I'm sure we'll if you're around with Skye, I'm sure we'll talk more.
I like going out with Skye. I get in less trouble with her.
Yeah, she's got a solid head on her shoulders, that one.
I try to. It doesn't always go in my favor. AK. AK that thing with the fucking Sabat.
Well, ain't it always so? The Sabat. Oh, I suppose you wouldn't know. Despite your age, you probably haven't really dealt with them all that much. First real taste of the other side of the coin. Sure, everyone says, watch out for the Anarchs, watch out for this, watch out for that. At least they agree with the Masquerade.
Mm-hmm.
The Sabbat use the Masquerade only as a matter of pragmatism. Only just enough to give themselves time to strike as they see fit. And then after that, all bets are off. Tend to be rather stressed as a result, so...
Yeah, as proven by the first guy we caught. Which, come to think of it, that was a little too easy. Then again, we were up on a rooftop.
Yeah, he really didn't expect me to just land on him.
Bill Nosferatu
Yeah.
comes in like a fucking wrecking ball.
Oh, don't quote that song at me.
I have to annoy you somehow.
Sure.
Look, I don't get to annoy you too much these days.
Well, yeah, that's because of the fact that, you know, city's going to hell in a handbasket, lodged in alongside a pile of shit on top of a shit sandwich.
And it's only going to get worse from here.
Joy. And I think that's where we'll leave that scene for the time being. And we're gonna cut across. Clayton.
Yes.
Clayton. You have 2 meetings tonight, one of which is really at your own leisure, one is at 11 p.m.
Yes.
Now, you were wanting to bring people with you into the depths of the Tremere Chantry. The underground Chantry, mind you. That you haven't been in for several years.
It has been quite some time, yes. And I believe Miss Visage said that she had an interest in attending. Perhaps Mr. Sacks. I will let the entire coterie know that that's where I'm headed first thing this evening. That way I can get back in time for my meeting with Happy Velcost.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyone who would like to join me may.
I mean, if Skye can get there on time, but
No,
doubtful.
you and Lucy are currently otherwise indisposed as his judge.
Yep.
I have an early appointment, but yeah, already.
I will say before I've got to meet up again and run off. Skye would have sent Clayton a coded message about talking to Malaeus about the lupine.
Yep.
Cluing in on the abomination term.
And he will simply send a text back noted. Well, Miss Visage, I believe it's just you and I tonight.
Well, there's also
Let's see.
Ashton. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. It would appear so. And it would appear that I'm here suddenly. Good evening.
I'm sure you would have met up at the tower first, most likely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I
Very
just
likely.
I was just dropped in. I'm like, what? Alright, we're here. But
Oh,
in
yeah.
any case,
Had expressed an interest in seeing Breed and Malaeus tonight, did you not?
I did indeed. Though I will say that I had intentions that perhaps maybe we might be able to also bring with us Mr. Sacks. I believe it would be within our interests in this regard to have someone who has some occult specialty, unless you know quite a bit about She like wiggles her fingers as if fluttering them. Supernatural business.
Mr. Sacks is definitely more educated on such matters than myself, although being in his presence has been rather educational. Even certain things about this city that I didn't know until I'd met the man, so I did open invitation to him, so we'll see if he responds.
Yes, indeed. We'll have to see, but I had intentions to speak with him in the first place. You also have sensed that it's rather, how to say, a bit of a concern that the Carter know where he sleeps. He
Yes.
rests for the day.
Yes, that's rather concerning that anyone should know where any of us rest.
Well, I might have a solution to that. He seems to have peculiarities, and I'm wondering if maybe working with those peculiarities would be more convincing for him. But we'll get about that in just... You did indeed. Yes. Though
So,
I'm certain the tower here in of itself or any sort of options that you have are significantly more protected than anything I have in mind, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Before we get on it, I do need to go on a bit of a hunt, so...
would you like some assistance?
No, dear. I'm sure I can find someone of my tastes and varieties. She's like thinking to herself the last time she went hunting, and she's just like, oh god, I don't want to do that. Just in case, I don't want Clayton there for that.
All right.
You
Then-
do know that vessels are available here too.
Are there any hotels
emergencies.
available?
I believe one dot is available still.
Okay.
For emergencies. For emergencies. And I will not be yet dipping into any sort of emergency reserve unless it's absolutely necessary. There's no other options. And tonight there are options. We have time. So I'm going to take advantage of that.
Very well. Perhaps
And
I'll hear
this-
back from Mr. Sacks by the time you return.
I do hope so. Otherwise, we can just show up. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yes. So, the way it's going to work is like this. Valentina, please go ahead and make me your hunting roll. Ashton, you do receive a text a little bit later. You've had maybe an hour since Sam has left.
Mm-hmm.
And you receive a text from Clayton cordially inviting you to join him and Valentina this evening in a meeting that might interest you.
He reads it, he considers it for a moment, and he'll send back. I was under the impression that I had an appointment with Miss Visage, so is this going to be before or after this meeting?
Miss Visage will be joining us.
It doesn't answer the question.
No, I suppose not. But I suppose that's something that you'll discuss with her, as I am not aware of her timetable.
To be fair, I don't think Valentina is aware of Clayton's timetable. She doesn't know he's got a meeting with Velkos.
He intends on keeping that a secret.
Yeah, so she's just like,
Ashton. Oh no, in the most sassy way. Oh my god, Ashton's first sass. Oh god. Oh god. Alright. You are the shepherd. You're supposed to herd your sheep, Mr. Wellsworth.
Okay. Alright, so.
You don't get a response from that. He's
Well-
just waiting for your answer.
We'll we'll work at it like this. First, Valentina. As you step out to go and get yourself something to eat, you find there seems to be some sort of event going on in the city this evening that has made the pool quite juicy in terms of selections.
well, isn't that wonderful? Very
So you
pleased.
definitely find someone. You definitely find someone to feed on, and not only do you find someone to feed on, I would like you to roll. I would like you to roll 2d10 because the resonance here is automatically intense.
Oh,
It's not a clot. No dyscrasias for you. But and this is someone high on life. Someone just absolutely singing in their soul. And so, until Hunger 5 or your next feeding, you will gain a +1 to rolls involving blood sorcery or presence.
oh, well, how good for me. Very sanguine. That's how I like it. Yes, this person. I'll illustrate a little bit of a scene here as I find myself amongst the crowds and the beautiful people and manage to step aside with a woman who is just oh so delightful. She tells me about her many travels and the adventures she had as she cheers away and drinks to her heart's content and is just barely getting into the evening herself. And as we settle in, I go ahead and take 2 dots of hunger and tell her, my darling, the night has just begun. And I will place a lingering kiss on her, more for her enjoyment than my own, and send her on her way.
Alright. So, you place a lingering kiss on her, giving her the benefits of your presence rating to social roles, whilst you gain half of that bonus.
Now, a discretion on that. I imagine it's only for the scene on my part of receiving that benefit. So if I... Yes, so if I leave the scene, then that means that is removed. Presumably.
Actually, give me just a moment.
Yeah.
I need to check a thing because I believe it might be the night. Yeah, number of nights equal to the user's presence rating.
Just
You-
number of nights.
Yep. They gain the sorry, it is one night because that bonus lasts as long as their bonus lasts. So it's one night. So you've got it for the rest of the night.
Very well. All right. All right. I'll take that. That's serendipitous.
Mm.
And with that, she will return to Clayton. Checks in on him. She's just kind of glowing. She's back in her happy spot, happy place, and she looks at him. Well then, now that I'm all ordered, let's go meet with.
Yes, Mr. Sacks' response is he has a meeting with you tonight.
Oh yes, that's right.
So if you'd like some privacy before going to Malayas, whatever order it is in for you.
Well, how much time do we have? You have other.
I have other engagements.
You have other engagements.
Yes, I have a rather private meeting at 11 o'clock.
Understood. Well, I'm not sure how long this will last. So, presumably, let's consider visiting the Chantry after. We'll meet back up here. I with Mr. Sacks, and yourself with whatever it is that you're done doing. And then we will continue on with this.
All right.
And I apologize. I've had a rather eventful evening the past night. I'm still gathering my thoughts.
Well, if there's any brainstorming I can help with, I'm at your disposal.
She thinks about it. Well, how familiar are you with the court?
I was embraced here in Brisbane, and I was born and raised here before that. I'm familiar with most, by name mostly. Why do you ask?
I was just keyed in on a very interesting group. I remember there was... Oh, goodness. What was his name? Give me 1 second while I try and remember characters that we've met. Who is the guy that did... There it is. Duval. All right. Mr. Duval mentioned that there was a woman by the name of, oh goodness, was it Lucy? Yeah, so Rose... Caroline. Not Lucy, wow. Thanks, sick brain. There was a Rose by the name of Caroline. That had been a detractor to the concept of quite simply, the city's establishment of a proper circulatory system. But it turns out that she had not been working alone. In fact, there was an entire group associated with her, composed of potentially roses. This is part of the intriguing conversations that I've had in the past evening. What were they called again, Lethality?
Oh, I remember. It was something in Latin. I'm trying to remember.
I didn't take notes. I didn't take good enough notes. I'll have to go back and check it. But
It was R something.
yeah, Valentina will reply. Will like restate this name.
Yeah.
And ask if Clayton knows about them as a group. If they're like a coterie, if it's just like a conglomerate. What's the deal with them?
I can make a politics roll, but I think at the time when
You
we were
may.
speaking to Duval, I didn't know anything.
And well, Valentina's giving you this information
Giving me
of
more
a different
to go
group.
on. Yeah.
Yeah. You may not know
Yeah,
a
'cause-
person, you might know a group.
Yeah, because Duval didn't know, only knew that they were resisting, not that he didn't know anything else about the group. But yeah, you may make me an intelligence politics, Clayton.
And Camarilla specialty applies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
I think I'm gonna rouse for it too. Little hungrier, but I want to know. Ooh,
That's 5.
yep, that is 5.
Look at Clayton go.
Do you wish to push
Yay.
that any further?
I've got willpower to burn. I certainly shall. I want to know all the things to give Valentina everything that I know. Nope, no.
5 it is. Clayton, you do actually... You are tangentially aware of this group. It's a name that's popped up in... Not necessarily in your circles, but you've overheard it a few times, and you haven't had any direct dealings with them.
In surrounding circles, probably.
Yeah. They're a subset. They are very much like a conglomerate. They're kind of like the Ventru board in that sense. Where they represent a clan's interests more than anything else, and they consider themselves prefects of the beauty of the city. It is all roses. And they tend to take this not just in the sense of physical beauty, but in terms of sometimes moral beauty as well. Where they will then put their entire force behind either accepting or rejecting things dependent on...
A moral basis.
Yes, depending on moral basis.
Are they led by the Primogen or not?
They have no Primogen behind them.
So even the
Because the
Toreador Primogen isn't a member.
The Toreador don't have a Primogen.
Oh. Well, I suppose that Prince Mayland would have served that role.
Even then, nope.
Do the Toreador have known domain? Much as the Primogen do?
They're scattered throughout the city, but they do conglomerate in places of great art, and they tend to be very classical about it. So you could probably find them on the... You think you could probably find them on the South Bank in places like the museum, the Gallery of Modern Art, the State Library, places like that. Places where art and artists gather.
Makes sense.
And they tend to be very prim and proper types, from what you recall. It's always very classical art. So, you don't get any graffiti artists or street artists.
Was it the Toreador in general, or are we talking about this particular
This
coterie?
this specific group.
Okay.
They tend to only pull from very classical schools of art. So, ballet dancers, classical painters, classical musicians.
Any fashion designers amongst them?
Not specific, not that you know of specifically, because you're not aware of their exact member. But if there were, they would be very classical fashion designers. Like fashion designers, you would design things that would have been fine in like the 1800s, 1900s, like Georgian Victorian era clothing.
Still leaning into that even to this day, if they do exist.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell her everything that I know.
See. That is very interesting.
Seem to pride themselves in some sort of moral high ground, and could be the reason why they've opposed a circulatory system on morality in regards to that.
That's a fascinating concept.
Well, owning a circulatory system to most would seem as inhumane.
No. It's not about the morality, dear. What I'm thinking, and truth be told, what is an interesting concept to me, is that there is no primogen to back their power. This is a conglomerate group within the city, though, that has been able to sway our former prince, Malin, to defining what the stanza of morality is in that regard, what sort of resources or potential strengths or weaknesses will reside within the tower by that basis. It isn't whether or not there is any sort of morality placed behind it, because at the end of the night, we're all what we are. There is no statement to say what happens behind closed doors. Yet, but, mind you, I'm fascinated that they have the power to make that claim, and for it to stand. Prince Malin didn't strike me as a woman who was entirely clan-focused. She ruled by the pretenses of what was, well, her design. Clan comes into play when it is, by nature, of that design. So that's where I'm becoming, I suppose, a bit curious in that regard.
And if Prince
What do
Malin
they
and
have?
this conglomerate agreed on most things, then they wouldn't necessarily be in opposition to one another either.
This is true.
Prince Malin was always a classical art woman.
This is true. But still.
And for some, modernity is hard to grasp. So, I imagine that this conglomerate could make up some of the elders amongst the Toreador clan here in Brisbane. Given their nature.
But interesting thought in mind for the both of you, given that you both knew Malin differently, but quite well in different ways. Malin was very much a patron of the arts, and she loved her classical art, but she was a patron of all arts. She put as much funding into metal and electronica music artists and street art as she did into the classical.
So in some respects, she didn't have any opposition anywhere in the city art-wise.
No, because she didn't enforce her vision of art onto people. She just wanted people to create.
Mm.
But that, of course, brings to mind the fact that seeing eye to eye on most things, but not all things, can cause incongruencies, and incongruencies cause friction.
Mm.
Just a little food for thought for the both of you.
Valentina's thinking, or at least just kind of feeling out the idea that if there isn't an inclusion of a primogen, and there could have been plenty of opportunity to do so for the court, and plenty of reason to, that means Prince Maylin did not necessarily have clan backing with its entirety. She was a prince by right of being powerful as a prince.
And she had the
That's-
backing of other clans as well.
Yes, yeah, the backing of other clans, but not her own. And that's what Valentina is like trying to, like, not entirely her own. And that's what Valentina is like, kind of like fixating on, is there's a big empty hole right here in the middle of all this mess. And right now, what is currently near the center of that hole is going to be this group, this conglomerate of Toreador, because something's going on there.
Almost certainly.
So Valentina, she kind of like thinks out loud. I think it might be necessary that I actually gain more knowledge and insights regarding how the Toreador operate in the city as a whole. And maybe perhaps actually have a bit of a conversation with those who would be, I suppose, counsel to this group, the primary individuals. I'm suspecting Caroline might be one.
I don't know her personally. But there's always Elysium. She could pop in there at any moment.
But, and I also know that, well, Duval pointed us to seeking her out. Given locations, I suspect classical arts.
There's plenty of
Sure, I
museums
could-
to go and knock on the door.
Precisely. I just have to get to them early enough in the evening, so we'll test the waters a bit. Suppose I'll be going on a bit of a search for this Miss Caroline.
Given that you want to promote our dear Prince's vision in this city and continue it, I'm yours if you need any help.
It is appreciated. Perhaps you could give me some pointers about how to build better connections with those of your own clan.
Well, then I suppose that we'll need to have a sit down and chat about that. What I know about the Toreador in the city, and hopefully give you some insights.
Much obliged. Would very appreciate it. Least of the ones that you know. Maybe we could actually have a bit more structure to the clan moving forward. In any case, I better not leave Mr. Sacks waiting too long.
Hope you have a pleasant evening and a nice chat.
Thank you. You have yourself a wonderful meeting. We'll be seeing each other soon.
Yes. See you later.
All right. So I would assume, Valentina, you're going to go meet with Ashton.
Yeah.
Clayton's going to go and see the harpy, and then afterwards you're all going to go to the chantry, right?
Yes. That is the plan.
Okie dokie. Then I think what we'll do is we'll have a very quick break, because I need to get up and pee. Describe the order in that we're going to do what we've got the rest of the plan tonight. Plan basically the order of scenes for the rest of the night, and then we'll go from there. Sound good? All right.
Phenomenal.
We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, to Brisbane by Night Hellfire. As we rejoin our darling coterie, we're going to switch focus from our dear Toreador Ventru combo, as Clayton prepares for his meeting with the Harpy and Valentina her meeting with Ashton. We switch over now to Judge. Judge, you were going to visit someone that is long overdue for a visit.
Yeah. I should have visited this man sooner.
Oh, certainly.
It's gonna be very awkward at the beginning.
Oh, it certainly will be. And so, you approach Justin's abode. And if you're ready,
I'll knock on his door. Ugh.
it takes a few minutes. Before you hear the rolling of a wheelchair up to the door. And his eye... Justin opens the door. And his eyes... kind of widen.
Hey.
Judge.
Long time no talk.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah. Can I come in?
Yeah, come on in. And he'll move out of the way and beckon
I'll
you
go.
inside.
And I would leave McKay next to the front door. So, how's everything been?
I don't know, man. Genuinely,
Things have been kind of hellish. Honestly.
kinda.
Well, no, kinda. It has been, but I'm be straight honest with you, man. It's been pretty shitty.
Yeah, well. I can't claim to know anything about that, but
And Judge would kind of just like sit down in a chair somewhere.
Yeah, no, probably led you into the living room.
Um, I know I'm not, and Judge would kind of think for a moment. Given the past couple nights, I'm gonna use the sense of the unseen real quick. Make sure, like, no one's outside the fucking windows staring and shit.
Sure, go ahead and make a wits or specs.
Cause like, I didn't do that the first time, and apparently there was a guy in a fucking bush. So, can I rouse for this as well?
You may.
Yeah. Well, that goes up to 2. Okay. What's aspects? Yeah, I'm not. I'm rerolling 3.
Willpower? Sure.
Yeah. Cause, bruh, why dice? Why? Well, that's 5.
Okay. Judge, you don't see anyone's having snuck after you. You don't see anybody, you don't see anything really out of the ordinary as you look around the room. Nothing outside. It seems, though, that part of your own shadow is fluctuating just a little bit. A slight incongruence with what it should look like.
God damn it.
You can't tell what it is, it's just an incongruence that you see. Something that doesn't fit quite right in the picture.
Yeah, anything that's not fucking normal is a concern. I can't do anything about that, though, sadly. This changes how I'm gonna do things now. Judge kind of sits down in the chair.
I will note, you don't get the feeling that you're being watched or anything like that.
Well, Shadow's just acting funny.
Yeah.
Okay. God, I gotta get my thoughts back together now. Things in the city are definitely getting hotter.
God, I mean, you don't say. I don't even fucking know if I should tell you this. There was a guy I was seeing. Bit of an extremist, but I wanted to see if I couldn't help him out, because he suffered, man. He suffered a lot, and he's missing.
Missing.
Yeah. Like, I can't get in contact with him. No hide, no hair, and I went to his house to check on him, and it's covered in police tape.
Mm.
Just hope he didn't get ganged by blank bodies or something. Because he was
Judge kind of
pretty active.
on that front. There was talks about a guy running around with a crossbow on the south side.
Crossbow?
Yeah.
That does sound about right. He did like his crossbows. Do you think something? Maybe he stepped into the he stepped into the wrong, just into the wrong line of fire, and
I have a contact in the Society of St. Leopold that's around here. And from what my contact had told me, here recently, the Hunter organization liquidated one of their members.
that kind of makes him stop. Liquidated? What? Okay, look, you clearly know something.
Okay.
What the fuck happened?
While we were taking a bit of an investigation on the south side, there were rumors of blank bodies coming in from I forget. I don't care. Is it called Sydney? Is it Sydney? I forget. The city
which
from the
place?
south.
From the south? Yes, Sydney.
A bunch of creatures called the Sabbat are coming in from the south. And the Hunter organization is connected with them somehow. The four main heads of that, at least that's loosely associated with that, they're killing off members as pawns.
What?
I think one of the people you may know may have been him.
So you telling me Chris is dead? And it wasn't Blanks that got him, but one of us?
Yeah. From what she told me, there are four major figures. And the worst of them might be werewolf related. Some sort
Werewolf?
of yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just fucking blank body. You telling me there's werewolves now? What the? Okay,
Like,
look,
like I
I'm
said,
gonna be so fucking real with you right now. Judge, look at me. Really look at me.
it's been a shit show, bro.
What's this gonna do against a werewolf, Judge? I can't. He reaches out and grabs you by the shoulders and shakes you rather violently. I can't feel my legs.
I'm sorry, that's my fault.
Like he's just like kind of freaking out. Like you basically just
hey.
told him that he's gonna push him off a put like
Hey.
there's something that could literally throw him off a bridge with one hand, wheelchair and all.
I mean, silver helps apparently.
Does it? I don't know. Like, yeah, sure, that's what the stories say, but I'm not a werewolf specialist. I don't even think we have any werewolf specialists.
Fuck. I mean, if the other fucking, like, dead people are saying it, it has to be, like, somewhat true, I mean. Like, that's the main reason why I sent you that one text. Don't go nowhere near the south side. It's fucked.
I go out for one night to see Chris and he fucking disappears.
It's so bad. But the few people I have ran into, at least I thought the contact was normal. No, she has a weird fucking tech thing going on. It's so I'm not gonna lie, she's a hacker of some sort. All right. And she has this strange fucking aura about her. It's not like she's a hunter. At least not like what we were. But she has this strange aura about her that just is very fucking off-putting. She's not normal.
All right.
And from what also she has told me, hold up, notes, because I wrote this down. Because if I remember correctly, one was a occultist, not a cultist, illusionist? Hold up. Where the fuck are you? Notes. Pulls out notebook. Oh, no, one was an occultist. Yeah. One was some sort of fucking mentalist, so probably some strange fucking mind powers.
Mind powers?
There's a lot that I've learned from my situation. It's not kosher. It's not good. And Judge kind of just like relative temple at this point because he's at least somewhat able to vent to him somewhat about this shit.
You're telling me that we're surrounded on all sides.
Yeah. the situation is pretty fucked, man. And honestly, I need as much help as I can get.
Well, I don't know what the fuck you expect me to do, man. Apparently, my one of my last contacts got liquidated, and you're in much the same position as I am. You're, you know,
I am
no,
only as good
no
as the
virtue,
people
no help.
around me. I mean, there's some things I can do, but I
Look.
need your skills in tech. I got a couple ideas, at least potentially help with the current situation. Might not help with the werewolf thing, but at least the strange fucking hunters and shit. How well are you versed in using liquid nitrogen?
Liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
I can't say that I ever played around with it.
Kinda need your help with the experiment.
Okay, look, I look, man. It feels like you're trying to pull me into a war that I've really got no part of being anymore.
The only thing I want is your help in making one item. Other than that, I'm trying to keep you and the majority of people that have no idea about this life far away from this life.
Alright, look. I'll help in lending you my knowledge on creating this thing that you want to make, right? But that's it. If our own are at the point where they're liquidating people and they're cavorting with who knows what, I don't want a part of it.
Completely understandable.
I mean, look, I did my time and look what I lost.
Yeah.
So I'll help. Not because I feel obligated to shove my assistance in. Because you and I have history. And only because you and I have history. And despite how you've changed over the past couple of years, I still believe there's good in you, Judge. But
Thanks, man. If there is anything you need help in, let me know immediately, all right?
Yeah.
Because honestly, sometimes I need someone to give me a good kick in the ass for a lot of shit. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, look, if you want a kick in the ass, then let me just say this. There's gonna come a point where you're gonna need to decide between pushing on and stopping, and you'll know when that time comes, and when it does, I want you to stop. Because I feel like there's gonna come a time that there's gonna be a point of no return, and if you cross that, fate's gonna take yet another brother in arms away from me.
I'm not gonna let that happen, man.
I want so desperately to believe you when you say that. Just
Bring it, man. It's been too long. And Judge will give this man a hug. It's been a minute, man. Blushing of life. Because fuck yeah, I refuse.
he's probably not in his state. He's probably not even thinking of it. Truth be told.
Yeah. Like, he already knows my situation. But doesn't mean I can't. There's at least some form of normalcy. Aha! I don't get hungry for doing it.
Look, let's just. You've got me here. I can't go to sleep yet anyway. Let's just get to work.
All right.
And Ashton. It is at this point that your servant returns to you.
Mm.
Didn't mention anything about vampires.
No.
The only person who even remotely brought up vampires was Justin. And he's aware of the existence of vampires given his nature. This is when we're gonna switch scenes.
He got real close to writing that line, though. He did.
Fuck you! I didn't. Haha.
No, you were right. The truth fair, Justin brought up most of it.
Fucking trauma dumping, though.
Like that's not what you're going to do.
Get this bitch off the map. They ain't here anymore. They not here anymore. Get this bitch off the map.
That's right. I forgot to put him back. Dig it.
Yeah.
If you wanna
Get that Venmo out here.
Oh, not that you're not interested or anything. But
Please,
Ashton,
they're a thembo.
this returns to, and you learn of the things that were spoken about between Judge and Justin.
I'm gonna whip
Right
out
as
my
a-
phone.
Right as a car pulls up out the front.
I'm gonna whip my phone out and just send Judge the eye emojis, where it's like the 2 eyes, and then just hit send before I walk out. And close the phone, walk out, and go into the car. I hit Judge with these in the chats. I just hit Judge with that emoji before I dip out.
Question mark?
You don't get a response until
You son of a bitch.
But yes, Ashton will go out with his Bible in hand, as he always does, to approach the vehicle.
And you go up, you find that Valentina, of all people, has arrived.
Oh. In the back, driving, passenger, where are they sitting?
Oh, of course in the back, dear. You're going to
Okay.
find that I'm always in the back. I
You're
open up the... Shut up.
Sorry.
I open up the door to let Mr. Sacks in. Come along, we have a little bit of a journey ahead of us.
A journey?
It's a bit of a drive, say 20 minutes. 30 maybe?
Oh, that is quite the drive, all right. So, of course. Who am I to deny such an invitation?
All right. And once they get in, Valentina, you're going to find that this vehicle is quite nice. It's, a very expensive sort of vehicle. Has that a visor in between the backseat passengers and the driver. Just the whole shebang of that, like,
Separation
luxury
and all of
class.
that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she's got like a little compact as she's sitting there fixing her lipstick and looking at a mirror compact in her hand, and she snaps it shut, puts her lipstick away back into her purse, and she brings her gaze to Ashton. I certainly hope your night has gone on quite well so far. Thank you for joining me.
You are muted.
Of course. All right.
No comment. It's fine. I understand you. To be basked in this beauty. Go ahead.
No. Just no. Well, perhaps might not be the adjective I would use. Strange, perhaps, would be the more fitting one.
Strange how? Something that can be said out loud, or something that should be said in private?
I look to the visor in between the.
It is soundproof, all things given. The only time that it'll actually respond is if I go ahead and... She points to a button on it.
That's nice. I woke up to someone in my, well, not just my dwelling, but in my,
He like draws a box with like his hands.
Well, I would say congratulations, but I take it that's not the scenario here. What is it?
Well, no. Not that I ever think about that sort of thing, because of he sort of gestures to the cross and the Bible in his hand. But it's not before marriage, but that's a whole other ordeal. That's no. This was a bit. Do not, Miss Visage.
She rolls her eyes before marriage, like, come on.
Miss Visage,
Square.
Miss Visage, my life before I found these teachings was anything but blissful. It was terrible, even. I would dare say, in fact, would drive most to madness. In fact, it has driven me to madness. So let me hold on to something, please.
Yes, you can have your what is it, your virtues or whatever it is, but go on. What was it about your night?
Yes, I woke to a face that I had seen prior within my domicile, very close to me in my domicile, in fact, on top of me, close, in fact, and that was strange. That was very strange. I did not like that very much. I'm not going to lie, that made me feel a little icky, I believe, is what people say now. Icky. Very icky.
I see. And this face was...
One who had previously invaded my domicile.
Oh, the Hecata.
A younger
Yes.
one.
Well, I can understand the circumstances here at least. They, corpse fuckers, you, a corpse. It all makes sense.
That's very forward, Miss Visage. That's
I
quite,
apologize, dear. I apologize. A worse part of me came out just then. I'm not particularly fond of the Hecata.
They also did not seem to be liking of the situation either, though, which puzzled me. They seem to have been on a bender, which, I mean, I've been on my fair share, but it's been almost a century since well, no, that's half a century, there we go, since I've been on one myself, but they seem to be also quite uncomfortable with the situation themselves and apologized profusely.
That is quite unusual. It doesn't necessarily negate the fact that they seem to have rather free roam to your personal space, your sanctum.
No, and perhaps at the next time that I speak to their head, I might bring that up, because I was sort of told that wasn't going to happen again, although...
It's going to happen as frequently and quite often as they desire it to be.
Yes, but, you figured with them coming to me for assistance for some things that they'd be a little more respectful of such things.
You do also remember that Sam had also said that she had gotten kicked out of the compound, so it's not like anyone else knew that she was. That they knew.
Oh.
That I keep fucking up there.
Yeah, maybe I probably should have also spoken. Apparently, they were kicked out of the compound. I'm pretty good at judging one's character. For the evening, should I say? They got kicked out of the compound. I guess I was just close. It was strange. It was strange. Again, like I don't understand how any of that matters, though. They just sort of waltzed in. It's like they could have went to somewhere else. They seem to have been partying at some real dark and grungy place, and then the drugs happened. I'm not a social butterfly, Miss Visage. I don't club, so I don't know what sort of place that they just stumbled into, but it was very grungy and dark and aesthetic. Yes.
I see. Well, it seems that they're at a bit of a predicament as well, then.
Yes.
Some sort of internal politics transpiring. I decided to drag you into it.
I would hope better, but obviously that hasn't really got me a lot of places, so maybe I shouldn't.
Well, I have a bit of a shining consideration for you, then.
I don't see any glitter upon your outfit, Visage. So which sort of shine are you talking about?
One of your variety, dear. And a little bit more godly.
My variety. Godly. You found an angel.
No, but
Oh.
one that I have been told that they may sometimes reside.
Oh. That does sound quite good. Perhaps, yes, perhaps this is just what I need for this evening.
Very good. And Valentina just goes quiet for the rest of that ride, and the entire time she's thinking to herself, like, oh my dear God.
Yeah. With the way that Ashton was talking, Valentina, can you make me an intelligence wits?
Yeah, intelligence wits. Wow. That's a... Sorry, my cat.
Shiver, don't stab.
Oh, that's a... Yeah, that's a 3. That's good.
3
I'll
successes.
take it.
So, with the way that Ashton was describing this thing in this place, that Sam, they were partying, they had ended up at this dark and grungy club, and then there was mention of drugs. There's a very specific place that comes to mind. And it comes to your mind primarily because it's the place where the last time you fed there, you also got fucked up beyond recognition. The pit. And if they were at the pit, well,
You know, I'm starting to get a strange indication that maybe I figured out where the proprietor of that location was that evening. He was busy with others.
Mm.
Huh. Well, it's the place that they must have went to is known as the pit.
The pit, like, are you talking about hell? I mean, I know the
No,
text
darling,
called... No,
it's
okay.
like a mosh pit. It's a dingy, terrible place.
Mosh pits. I remember. I remember the mosh pits. We used to do those and eat brownies and get in circles and dance with each other.
I'm forever perplexed by what sort of past you could have had that has this strange mix of esotericism and religious doctrine.
Well, the religious stuff didn't come until like after the fact, to be honest. It wasn't really a...
And she's just, her eyes just kind of like narrow at you for a second. And what was all of this talk about chastity?
Oh, well, I mean, that was, well, you know, when you devote yourself to something, you want to go full force. You don't want to just half devote, you know? I'm saying look, I was a very troubled man in my youth, okay, and I'm very troubled. And then this whole thing didn't exactly help that, and so I went from one group. That group really messed me up. And then I hopped to Christianity after the fact.
From one extreme to another.
Well,
And
the
then-
drugs and stuff happened before the other group. That was, look, the 60s were a blur, Miss Visage. Those were my heydays when I was, you know...
He does the thing with his hands where he goes upright.
Everything else happened when I was...
And he goes down.
I see. Born again believer. Very well. Look,
Again, there was a bridge there. There was a really big, harrowing pit of a bridge there, but you
I'm
know...
sure there was. I'm not... I have much less concern about that.
Look, I've noticed a theme when it comes to you people. I try to explain myself to like sort of help you guys understand things about me, and then you guys just have more questions, and it makes me not want to explain myself anymore. Because then you guys just get confused, or you guys look at me like I'm crazy, and it's sort of disheartening, I'm gonna be honest.
It would help a lot if you actually had any sort of chronology to it, or actually explained it in any succinct
Well, you
manner. But
don't
instead you sit
have
there and
for
ramble
chronology.
haphazardly. Mr. Sacks, please.
It's just like, yeah, you're talking to us, but we got no time frame.
If I were to sit here and go in chronological order, you'd be sitting through 97 years of life. Do you honestly have time to do that?
Do you remember every 97 years of that life? No.
Surprisingly, most of it. You wouldn't believe. That's what drugs do to you, Miss Visage. I don't know, have you tried some? You powder your nose quite a bit.
My dear, I did do quite a few drugs, and I can confirm you don't remember most of it.
Then guess you weren't on the good stuff. That's all I'm saying.
It was on the best stuff, I'll have you know. I grew up in the 90s about it. Before they got... Before
90s. Yeah. Back when shit was a lot tamer than in my day, of course.
Before 9/11.
You and your kitty drugs.
Kitty drugs. I imagine like the visor just kind of drops a little bit. It's like, not that I was listening or anything, but it's not Mr. Bell driving you, thankfully. It's someone else on your staff. Not that I was listening or anything, but are you having a deck measuring contest about who's taking more drugs?
Pay attention to the road. And she just snaps her fingers at them and puts up the visor again.
So, yes, ma'am.
I apologize, Miss Visage. I seem to have let myself get ahead.
All is well, Mr. Sacks. I sense that it will take quite a bit of time for us to come to a bridge, but Until then, we'll just have to make do with what we have. What we have, for now, it's not a bridge, but an outlook. And at that point, I imagine, they drive up to Mount Gravit's outlook.
Yes, there they are. You are on the outlook of Mount Gravatt, specifically Upper Mount Gravatt.
We are on a mountain, Miss Visage.
Yes, we are. And she gets out of the car and just sort of like curls her finger to have Ashton follow.
He'll get out. And he looks out and he's like, huh. This when the war up and kicked off this mountain. Good thing I'm not in war anymore. And then he'll turn to follow.
And from it, you can see the cityscape of Brisbane. You can see both the expanse and the high towers, all from a distance. The rivers that runs through it.
This is technically the view from Mount Cootha, but it'll do.
Oh no.
And Valentina stands there just kind of in the wind, her dress and whipping up from it. She takes a deliberate breath in and out. What do you think? When you consider your existence and the future of it. This is something that I do actually have a bit of a fascination for. Because on matters of eternal life, what I believe most religions have some sort of promise of it in their own literature and words, in their own stanzas. That we would be promised it should we die. And now we are dead. Unliving and eternal are the same. What do you think of that eternal life?
Well, I've known since the beginning of this that I was damned for all eternity. No matter what I clung to, it'd always be the same. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like, what would happen if I just let the nihilism wash me over. If I just let every waking and every intrusive thought win. Because I know at the end of it that all will come to pass. We will be but dust in the wind. I may preach that there's a heaven for us somewhere out there, and that hell still has its burners on hot for us, no matter how long we stay here. But the truth is that I know it's fake. I know that we are too long to pass for such things, for such privileges. I watched a man crumble to pieces in front of me in a compound about 800 miles south of any civilization. And before he left me, he told me that all was for naught. All was nothing. That doesn't mean that we have to sit idly by and watch as people tear this world apart. That doesn't mean that we are safe from sin. Our souls are tainted because of what we are, but does that mean we have to continue to be tainted? We have a choice every time we wake up from the sleep to be better than what we were before. We always have that choice. And if I cannot guide life and unlife to some sort of peace, then why the fuck am I here? I know that eventually I'll crumble to dust. And hell, the Abyss probably wouldn't even want me at that point. But in the ether of nothingness, I will find peace in the fact that I made this place better than when I left it. That is what I think of this life, Miss Visage. This unlife. Is that you always have a choice. Never fall to sin. Because karma is absolute.
I see. Your beliefs are centered on an idea of honor. And I think about it often, as well, the nature of our existences and what we do with it. And I would have to agree. There is a choice. Now, for myself, perhaps it is far different in that regard and how I operate. I've discovered working with this coterie, this group. Oddly, I feel I'm but only one of a few who still believe in the humanity of our beings. You would be the other. One of the others, most certainly. I should let you know.
Go on, sorry.
You go on, Mr. Sacks. I apologize.
The fact that we are still capable of feeling means that there is still hope. And once we lose that hope, it all goes downhill from there. I wish to guide people to that hope. Help them be comfortable with the final death if it shall ever come for them, because it will come for us all. And if that has to be under the guise of a heaven and a hell, then that is a sin worth bearing.
And I think that leads me to, oh goodness, what was it? The phrase went something like this. I know the plans I have for you. Plans for welfare, not for evil. To give you a future and a hope. I believe that was Jeremiah 29:11. Something like that. That's what I think of when I look upon this city. And when I look upon this coterie. It's when I look upon you. And I do respect your work, Mr. Sacks. I respect your conviction.
I'm glad someone does.
I may not always understand you as an individual, but it isn't to say that I could never. There are those of my clan, my bloods, who could perhaps learn and know of these things as well. It isn't unheard of for us to also see the beyond. I'm just not versed in it. But what I do know of you is this. And she leads him towards the other side of the lookout, and down below you see this broad cemetery. It spans across a couple acres and has beautiful statues of angels and figures. And down below on the hillside is planted a it seems to be like some sort of building. It has a chimney, temple shape upon it. You recognize it as a crematorium. I've been trying to know how it might be that I might to integrate you with the work that I have been doing, but also honor you in your practices. When I heard that the Hekara discovered your place of rest, I determined that it was necessary that business be expedited. This place is yours now, Mr. Sacks.
He just looks at it in awe. As his eyes gaze upon the chimney and the stonework, and just the exterior with such awe and respect. Then something seems to gel him out of his trance, and he looks over the slow head turn. Is there enough room for the orphans?
I ensured it.
Do you know why I started collecting them?
I'm afraid not so.
Because I know how it feels to be discarded and forgotten by those who thought cherished you and everything about you. It started as a way to cope with the atrocities that I had committed overseas. Dog tags and boots and hats, and now so many boots. Then the change started talking to me. Started thanking me for what I had done for them. For always remembering where they had came from. Giving them a place to rest. Now I find myself unable to do anything but collect. Because I know what it feels like to be forgotten, Miss Visage. And I will never let that happen to another soul ever again. For as long as I stand, 90 degrees, 180, whatever the math is, You see tears of blood start rushing down his face as he talks. And when you all die, and when everyone else dies, I'll be here to remember. Someone has to remember.
Remember they shall. All of us shall be. And I trust in your mission, Mr. Sacks. This city needs an alternative to the forces that wage within it. And without, beyond it. I believe that the city needs a principality of faith. And I want to find a way to seat you in such a position. Should you have it. And that is an end to a means for me. Or rather, means to an end. In this, that others would not be tempted or blinded by those impulses, those bestial needs, and intense. You will help find salvation for them.
Would you
It would
ask
be-
for in exchange for this gift?
The occasional vessel.
Yes.
An occasional vessel. But they won't be forgotten. But their bodies not combust. That is all I ask.
He hugs her tightly. Just within an instant. I mean, he looks pretty nimble, but it definitely shows in this moment. He is just sobbing into her shoulder right now. Is probably getting whatever dress she's wearing stained a little bit, but
It's a good thing you wore black today.
Yeah. She pauses for a moment before, honestly, she's gonna blush of life. And she's going to meet him with warmth. She knows she doesn't need to. But she's going to meet that hug with warmth and hug back.
and he just melts.
Perhaps there's a little understanding now. Not fully. There's too much for it to be fully. But maybe there is a little bit of understanding.
After a while, Valentina will pull out of the hug, and pull out a handkerchief and just gently dry up Ashton's tears. Now, Mr. Sacks.
I'm so sorry for ruining your outfit.
No apologies. I always pack a spare.
I
have a
haven't.
meeting coming up.
Yes, we do. Yes. He shakes his head for a moment. Yes, a meeting. Must remain stalwart.
But I do hope that your new accommodations find you suitable. And if
It's
you need
beautiful.
any... She just stops and goes silent for a second before a small smile falls on her face. I'm glad. Whenever you're ready, we'll make our way back to the tower.
I think I'm fine now. It's been a while since I've felt warmth from anyone who wasn't forced to give it to me.
Well, speak nothing of it. I can't have Mr. Wellsworth thinking that I'm not cold, sharp steel.
I'll tell him that you relentlessly tore into me and about tossed me off this cliff.
Perfect.
Good. Alright. He just starts walking off. Not even a
Yep,
not even a
back
beat,
to
just
back to the car with you.
Yep.
And as you both make your way back to the tower to prepare for your later meeting this evening, we have an earlier one. Clayton, you receive a message. It's about 10 p.m.
Mm.
from the number that you called Celeste on. Is that playing? I can't hear it.
Yep, playing for me.
Let me refresh. I guess Roll20 Audio just died for me for some reason?
Yeah, it does that to me on occasion.
Yeah,
But
okay.
it's playing on our end.
It's playing for me though.
Yep.
So
That's the important part. You receive a message from the number that you called Celeste on, giving you an address, saying, change of plans, meet here instead. Same time. It's an address much, much closer to you.
oh, I will just send it confirmed and meet her there at the given time then.
And where you were directed to is a restaurant.
Curious as to why she changed plans, but I'm not going to argue.
A restaurant that you recognize. You've only been in here the once. You recognize it. The Roots of Eden. Former private meeting place of the prince. And as you enter the restaurant, you say, they ask if you have a reservation. Which you would say yes, and they would let you on through. Past the public and into the back room, where at the beautiful setting table around the massive. It's clearly not a true real tree, but it is a tree. That Celeste is sitting there. A glass of wine in her hand?
I believe I've seen her have wine before. Have I not?
You have. Different circumstances, but you have.
Doesn't strike me as odd, then.
Not overly. You're just not sure if it's wine or not.
He'll give a respectful bow to her as he enters into the room. Harold Valcost.
Come and sit.
Thank you for seeing me. You are a busy woman, so I will try not to take up too much of your time.
Make no note of the time besides your current engagements. You
Hey.
wished to talk.
Yes. And he goes over and sits nearby to her. Either across the table or like in a corner with her or something.
It'd be across the table, yeah.
And it takes a moment for him to relax a little bit. As I sit on the phone, I need your advice on something. On a lot of things. But in particular, and to do with my coterie. Fear I'm at a loss as to how it is that I'm supposed to guide them when there's a severe lack of disrespect. And I frankly don't know what to do about it.
Disrespect, you say?
Long or short of it being that, in particular, Mr. Cross has I can't say that I necessarily blame him for having the opinions that he does, but he has a rather crass way of expressing them. And maybe it's that I've been working solo for so many years before now that maybe it's grating on me.
Do you begrudge a child their blunt language?
Not particularly. It's just... I'm not sure that I know how to work with him and his... I fail to have the words to actually describe it. Because he's rash. He's... It's careless. He's reckless. He's... Oh, God. I remember that I also have had moments of that when I was younger.
Oh, yes. But this is different.
It is, I think. And I think part of that is I don't trust him. The only thing I can trust about this man is that he will be reckless. He will be rash. He will be a threat. How much
Quite.
about him do you know about his past? He
Not
came
so
from
much.
America. Am I
He
right?
did. And he and his sire swore in to the prince. Well, he was embraced here. But his sire. But he did come from America, yes. That's where he lived most of his life. And he and his sire both swore in to the prince. Because she was still here when that occurred. But I understand your perceptions on the matter. He's rash, he's reckless. But that is because of the fact that he very specifically operates in a world that you and I are both incapable of understanding. That most of us as kindred are incapable of understanding.
How was his embrace even allowed? He's a hunter. Or was. Still has connections to that world.
Of course. And that will get him killed, but until very recently, that was not a problem. Hunters were quiescent.
But he came here from America, operating as such here in Australia.
Incorrect. He had partaken in some operations here and there in the very nascent days of him being here. However, something happened that resulted in many injuries, and he stopped. Connections and things that he has possessed has meant that we have kept quite an eye on him.
As have I.
But you have things somewhat right on the money, but you miss the context. You believe him rash, and he is. This comes from a place of emotion. But it is not simply the way that we feel as Ventrue, or that most other kindred feel.
I know I can't expect him to have the sort of dignitas that we have.
Oh no, it is beyond dignitas. He cannot help but feel because his blood compels him to feel.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about in the same ways of a Bruja? Where it's explosive?
Bruja are quick to anger. But no. Salubri blood contains a compulsion that forces them to feel the same things that those around them feel. He is emotional because the world is emotional. Unlike us who gain control and discipline over our emotions, even unlike those of the Bruja, who despite their anger can have a cap on this. Salubri have no control over their emotions, because sometimes it's not even their own emotions that they're feeling.
Severe case of empathy.
Like an additional sense that you can't turn off, stuck in a world crying for help.
And we are dealing with some rather hard times right now.
Even without that, such empathy was something that Mr. Cross, probably exuded in life. It is why he took on the jobs that he did the things that he did. It is likely why he became as he was. I had the chance to learn from some scholars about this special kind of supernatural. Something they call an imbued.
I think he's used that term before. I'm not sure what it meant.
Imagine, if you will, an arbiter of balance. Someone who has heeded the call of beings most ancient. Beings that no longer exist because of the fact that if they did, he would not have been able to been embraced in the first place. I understand your frustration, and I sympathize with it. And if it were any other kindred, I would not only agree with you, but I would assist in delivering harsh punishments. But this one is special in ways that I cannot describe to you. He exists in a parallel world alongside ours, experiences the same things, but experiences them so differently, so radically differently. It is one of those reasons that classically Salubri are hunted out of all domains, because they bring trouble, because no one can understand. How can you understand someone that bleeds for a connection to humanity beyond that of most humans, whilst wrestling with the same kind of beast that roils under each of our veins?
It just shows that I'm far more ignorant to these sorts of things than I actually want to be.
I am only aware of this because I actively sought the knowledge in places where this knowledge exists, which is not here. Things I've known for well on a century now. I have the gift of experience.
So you have personal experience with other Salubri before then?
I have second-hand accounts from people who have first-hand experience. But what I've seen, what I've heard, the little bit that I've observed makes sense. Prince Maylin was aware of these practical considerations when she accepted the embrace of Judge. I don't know what in her mind made her accept that, or allowed her to accept that.
I suppose we'll have to trust her wisdom in that.
Perhaps. My
No.
advice to you,
I was just
on
gonna
the other
say,
hand,
in a way, it falls on me to guide him now.
in a sense it does. But it is not that you guide him. It is not that you guide him in matters of emotion. It is that you guide him in matters of the court. He already knows how to be his brand of kindred. What he needs to be, the only thing he can be. Because you can train a Brujar's anger, a Malkavian's delusions. We keep our rarefied palates concealed, and Toreadors learn to keep themselves distracted away from their obsessions. But a Salubri is harder hit by their blood's tendencies than the rest of us. So it is not to teach him how to be different, it is to teach him how to be him in a world that actively does not accept him. A beast we are, lest a beast we become. But they've stared into the mirror, they've seen what that beast looks like. And to them it is unconscionable. At least for those who have not gone off the deep end and joined the Sabbat.
Do they tend to?
There is word of a certain Salubri's brood putting their lot in with the Sabbat in order to quench their eternal loggerheads with the Tremere. That is history of which I am not aware. I simply know that it is sordid and bloody, as most of our history is.
Doesn't come to me as a shock. Then, I suppose the thing I'm wrestling with then is, how do I help him? This provides me with context as to his behaviors, but...
Listen to him. Find out how he feels. Don't have an expectation about how he should feel about a thing. There isn't a cold psychological way to profile something like this. You have to You have to play their game.
Flying blind. A little.
Then you will either develop the sight or you will feel it out. And surely you will break things along the way, but that is simply part and parcel of learning. I'm sure you as a teacher know that all too well. But there is no guidance for learning how to feel more. In fact, with us degenerating the way that we do, it's remarkably difficult to learn that kind of empathy. Perhaps, though, there is an occult piece of knowledge that may assist. The Salubri in general tend to seek out this thing called Golconda. Have you heard of it?
Have I heard of it before?
You may have heard mention of the word once, but as to what it actually is, probably not. Unless you want to make an intelligence occult for it.
I'll make an intelligence occult for it. Not that it's going to be a terribly high roll. Only got 3 dice. That's 2.
You've heard the word before, but you don't know what it refers to.
I might have heard that once in passing. Not familiar with it.
The idea is similar to the Buddhist concept of nirvana, enlightenment. But for the kindred condition. They seek transcendence, or failing that, a perfect peace with their beast. Some call it a perfect symbiosis. Others call it a transcendence of needing to keep the beast on a leash because you're one and the same. I am not sure myself. All I know is that the Salubri tend to seek it out.
And that differs. How exactly from what ultimately awaits us all?
As far as I am aware, it differs from kindred to kindred. The outcome is inevitably still the same. Yes, the blood will always come for its dues, but this is a somewhat nebulous method of subdual of that debt collector. I can't say that I claim to understand it even a little bit. But perhaps finding information on it might give you some insights as to judge.
That maybe he's seeking this Golconda.
As most Salubri do.
Huh. I have a lot of research to do. Very
I
little
would say
time
that
to
you
do
do.
so. that'll have to wait until some of these tasks that the sheriff has put us on have dwindled.
Hmm. And do
Plenty
not
of
fret.
threats on our doorstep, and still not entirely sure how to deal with them all. So many different corners are threatening. And we're only one city.
Oh yes. But when it comes to monumental messes like these, you clean them up as one would a bathroom with a toothbrush.
Slowly but surely.
One tile at a time. Is there anything else that you seek my advice on, Mr. Wellsworth?
I think I have an understanding, at least a little, of Mr. Cross now, that I didn't have before, and I honestly should have asked him.
Even if you had asked him, maybe he may not have had the words to explain it to you.
Perhaps.
When you were his age, would you have had the ability to explain to someone else the trappings of the conditions of being a Ventru?
I think I barely understood them myself, even 2 years in.
And such is the same for the Salubri. Of any kindred, but especially the Salubri.
The rest, I have garnered some interesting relationships. I think we see eye to eye on most things. It's Mr. Cross that I worry about. I worry about him being the death of us. But that could just be him feeling, as you had said, in a way that some of us won't understand.
I think you have what it takes to figure this conundrum out. It's something that will require time and more than a fair share of patience.
Yes. I indeed endeavor to be a very patient man. In my line of work, that's really all you can do. I appreciate your patience with me. And your advice.
You're most welcome. You do not need to thank me for my patience.
May not be a need, but
I am grateful. I'm grateful for the appreciation nonetheless, but it is one of those things that if I found my patience tried, you would simply pay for it.
I'm sure. Still, it's worth saying. In that regard, I suppose I shall make my way and leave.
At your own pace.
Thank you again, Miss Falcost, and he'll get up. And give a slight bow before heading for the door.
And it's... You go ahead and leave. And as you do, Celeste, you see this just as you leave. She seems to look up.
I follow her gaze.
You can't see where she's looking, because she's looking at a part of the room that you've kind of passed through, so you can't really see.
Mm.
But she looks up. And that's the last thing you see of her as you exit. Let me check what the time is. Okay. Should be able to get this scene out of the way, and then we'll make it the last scene for the evening.
Yep.
So.
Start heading back to the tower so that I can meet up with the rest of my coterie. To go see Elias.
Yes. I'll just swing back to the tower quickly. Clayton, you would arrive before Ashton and Valentina.
Mm.
But it wouldn't be very long until Ashton and Valentina would indeed appear.
Ah, welcome back.
Thank you. Much appreciated. We had a very refreshing little journey, didn't we?
I would say we did, yes. I would agree.
That's good to hear.
Right. What
Refreshing
about
is always
Malaise?
nice. Yes. There is a place underneath the city in which I'm meant to go and knock on the door, as it were.
Oh, how mysterious.
I believe it's connected to the sewers.
Oh. Immediately just frowns like...
So, if there's a change of clothing that you might need to make, do it now.
Oh, what, like a hazmat suit?
It is, but it doesn't lead into the part of the sewers that deals with any biological material. It's connected to the sewers, but you enter like you're going into the sewers, but it is a separate set of warrens, as it were.
It's like storm drains and things like that lead up to it.
Yeah, more like that. The worst you would deal with is a little bit of water, but it seems mostly dry usually.
So, and he would explain that that's what they would be running into.
Right, so we're going on a little trip into the gutter. My, that's, delightful.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring it
Valentina.
up sooner.
I believe that this is one of those things or moments that I believe the word is sarcasm, I think, is what Miss Visage is displaying here.
Very astute. Yes, that's precisely what's happening right now.
God, oh.
So,
I s-
something a bit casual might be in order. As casual as you
Yes.
would like, Miss Visage.
I don't.
Oh, I'd have to get an entire raincoat. Oh, jeez. All right, very well. Make do with what we can do.
Thankfully, it hasn't been raining the last few nights, otherwise we might run into more water. But
If it would make you comfortable, Miss Visage, you could just have my coat for the evening.
No, it's quite all right. I'm sure I'll find something. I'll get something together here on the fly. She goes through. She considers it for a moment and like goes through her like itinerary in her head, and she's like, "Oh yes, that's right. I left that one place at that one dry cleaners. Okay, I have something. I'll just be very quick to pick it up.
at your leisure.
Very well. I'll be right back with it, and well, I suppose we can pick it up on our way there, and I can go ahead and get it arranged. But in any case, what else should we know about this Mr. Malayas, the Regent?
He is the only member of the Tremere that's allowed anywhere near Elysium, aside from our dear
Oh.
Seneschal.
That is strange. Well, maybe not strange. Never mind.
Given their history, it's their compliance with the city of Brisbane in the past has been lackluster, to say the least. But Mr. Malayas has always been cordial and trying to get the clan back on the right track.
Well, if he starts spouting some falsehoods about the occult, I suppose I will be there to check it, although I will not say that aloud. I will keep that to myself.
More rather that I have questions for him regarding the clan, as the sheriff earlier, a couple of weeks ago, brought up concerns that the Tremere might be up to something nefarious. And if Malayas is aware that the sheriff has these concerns, maybe he can keep an eye on them for us. However, it's more to get an understanding of his position in it all, as well as maybe some of the...
Yeah.
Given that he
Yeah.
has some knowledge of the occult, if we have
Yeah.
questions, as I'm sure we do, pose them to him if he has any answers.
Mr. Wellsworth, were we not intending to bring the artifact to him?
Yes, that is also something that I was going to ask him questions about. Thank you so much for reminding me. My memory
course.
goes from time to time.
Oh, don't make it a habit.
No. No, of course
And
not.
you do, I would assume that you go and procure that from the safe,
Yes, from my safe.
and it is exactly where you left it.
Good deal.
Enjoy. Valentina is not touching it.
Nope, it is wrapped up in a handkerchief and stuffed in a pocket. Rather, like an inside pocket on his jacket.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Sacks,
Yes.
we certainly do require you to be here on this journey because, as noted, we need your expertise and your judgment on what it is that the Regent's Malayas will be providing information to us about. You also have a broad understanding of the occult. If there is more that you can add to any specific subjects, or potentially things that you could, I suppose, contest on his knowledge, then it would be valuable in the conversation.
Okay.
And in some ways, I would be asking for assistance in determining whether he's lying to us.
That is fair. Yes. The Tremere and my brands typically are on the opposite ends of the occult, but I will, due to the my particular bloodline's obsession with, well, blood, I would probably be able to at least chime in a time or two. Although, if you're looking for insights, I'm not necessarily insightful. I could definitely counter-check his knowledge, but
Well, I can sort of tell when I'm being lied to my face from time to time. But, Miss Visage, I'm not sure if you're much better at it. Reading a room.
What I'm good at is being able to discern what information will be important to us and not.
And a diplomatic touch, of course.
it is probably a good idea, as I may have tons of questions for him about his particular specialty.
If this is something that you would want to discuss privately, that is your
Oh.
prerogative, but what questions would you have for him in that regard?
Well, you know, blood sorcery is quite interesting to me. It's sort of its whole own unique thing, you know.
I can guarantee you he will be as vague as possible when it comes to that.
Yes,
declare
yes, and
harm.
I'm going to be sad about that, but I don't know. Maybe I can offer him a deal of some kind.
It depends. I can't speak for the men. I just know that blood sorcery is a well-kept secret of the Tremere, and the similar sorceries of the Banu Hakim, be it different, are also well-kept secrets.
As they should be.
As
You
I'm
saw
sure
what
that-
happened when Oblivion got into the hands of the Malkavians. They created me, so obviously they're doing something right over there and keeping their secret.
think that you should keep that fact to yourself.
Oh, if he's any sort of occultist, he's gonna know as soon as I step into the room.
Maybe. Still.
We Onko have a sort of feeling about us that certain other Malkavians do not.
Still. I wouldn't divulge that unless he asked you a direct question about it.
Yes, I am very terrible at lying. It would be best I tell the truth, if said questions were to be asked.
And if the questions are not asked, there's no need to provide that answer.
That is a fair point you make, Mr. Wellsworth.
It's how I've survived this long.
Not being around a lot of people is how I survived as long as I have.
I do not have that luxury. I am a
No.
teacher.
Sometimes I wish I still did.
I'm a teacher by trade.
Oh.
And it would perhaps be at this point that Valentina, you are returning with your outfit. Your new outfit, the one that you're going to take down into the Warrens. Not so much the sewers, but the Warrens.
And Clayton has not
It's-
changed clothes at all.
Yep.
I
It's better.
believe that the kids say, "Forgive me for being straight because I'm not, but you look good, Valentina Visage."
I'm sorry. What?
Rather out of pocket?
No, thank you for the compliment. I just... Well, this is rather...
What, did I say something?
No, forward.
What do you mean?
I'm just shocked. I would have considered you a complete celibate.
I mean, I said... He thinks back to what he said. Oh, that. I said I was celibate. I didn't say I was straight.
You have a point.
I'm not sure how this conversation went in that direction. I'm not sure that it's relevant to her appearance, is it?
I'll take it. I'll take the compliment. Thank you.
Listen, this is the only social interaction that I have gotten in the last... Listen, the internet has taught me things, and I wish for them to unteach me things.
That is not how the internet works.
I know, it's sad.
Well, given how old you
Pandora's
are,
box in that regard.
I'm surprised you're using the internet at all.
How else do you think I found my humble abode? And got a degree.
Oh
Got
my
a
God.
job.
A lot of that is done online these days.
It is. It's just someone who's at least somewhere around 90 years old or more. Usually it is not 97. Folks aren't that age are not particularly fond of learning new technology.
Well, it was sort of thrust upon me. It wasn't exactly my choice. I had to keep the ruse of humanity, you know? Like, well, you know.
Certainly.
I think it is incredibly valuable that Mr. Sacks has taken it upon himself to learn these things.
Sometimes the fancy words that some of these young folk use is kind of interesting, and I wish to learn some more of what it means.
I'm sure you're very regaled by these whippersnappers.
It's a good thing.
They are very interesting people.
It's a good thing that the devices that I've provided you all have very secure firewalls.
That's what those are.
I just need to make a point that Valentina is mentally backloading like a bullet into a gun, like a buckshot, all right? The okay boomer. It's going to happen.
No, yes, no, these kids, they have such an interesting way of speaking to one another, which is what I tried to do. I was trying to sound young.
I think you're doing a fantastic job learning how to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Shall we be on our way?
Probably.
Yes.
That's probably a good idea.
And as a gentleman, he's going to lead them both to the elevator and follow in behind.
That was probably not the best way to come out.
Again, I have no idea why that has any relevance in this conversation at all.
Just felt good to say it aloud.
Well, I'm glad you got that off your chest.
Thank you.
What you do in the privacy of your own home is your business.
Do not speak about my home. In that context, please. It's bad enough I woke up with a corpse on top of me this evening.
What?
I believe as The singer Pink said, "Shut up and drive."
You hear from one of the security guards. Like I'm sure you say that as you're exiting the security guards. That was Rihanna.
Looked over, just a wide-eyed stare. Does it look like I listen to the pop music?
If you want to learn more about what the kids are talking about, I would suggest you do. In fact, I'll put that on the radio tonight.
No, Clayton. No. That's terrible.
He'll put the pop station on.
You gotta make him
I
try and
immediately
understand the concept
regret-
of 6-7.
I immediately regret my decision. Takes over, just reaches over, turns on like some heavy metal. This is better.
And
Understood.
the three of you journey
Begrudgingly.
to a manhole cover, and then
Begrudgingly.
down underground.
Yes.
Don't worry that all 6 of you are there. This will be changing very quickly.
Okay. Oh,
You make your way through the warrens. And these are different from the other ones that you've been in, you know. It's not super soupy down here. It's concrete hewn tunnels that slowly but surely get more and more civilly constructed until you reach a massive door. With, indeed, a smaller door built within it. It seems that you have reached your destination.
Yes, SD, I'm Toreador. Am I Toreadoring?
Currently, but that's not going to last. Given where you're about to enter.
Okay. Yep. And so, Valentina arrives at the door, she just looks up at it, and the entire time she's just like grimacing, like, oh, we finally reached it. Mr. Wellsworth, please tell me we finally reached it.
Yes, we have. And he'll just
Oh, thank God.
start knocking on the door.
And the smaller door with the phrase that you have opens to you. And what you see on the other side is the beautiful Cathedral of the Chantry. Grand, majestic, and that's why I said it wasn't going to last.
No.
There is a problem, though. There is blood and remains everywhere.
Vitae. Or human.
Make me its awareness.
Oh, I would like to. Woof.
I will make a wit's awareness.
Let's say, I don't know if I should assist or make my own.
I'm assisting because my wits awareness sucks.
My wits awareness is actually really good.
I will assist Ashton.
All right.
I will just make my own then.
Yep, I apologize. I will heighten the fuck out of my senses.
That's 3.
3 successes for Clayton.
That's 4 from Ashton.
Clayton, you will both get that there's a mixture, but it's mostly Vitae.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Oh boy.
What the hell happened here?
And you can tell by the amount of ash on the floor.
I'm going.
lot of ashed kindred.
I am going to start knocking on doors and going upstairs. I'm looking for anyone left in the building. Shouting for names. Malaya's included.
I suppose in this instance, I'm going to follow Mr. Wellsworth's lead.
As I will lie.
I'm afraid I'm not too familiar with this location, nor what it is that blood sorcerers get up to, so this might be normal, this might not be normal.
I'm gonna pop Eyes of Oblivion as we start searching through.
Oblivion
I don't believe this is
Yeah.
normal at all.
I don't...
You don't
Spectre
see
as a
no-
player knows
you don't
this is
see-
not normal.
You don't see no ghosts.
I don't see no ghosts. Okay.
You don't see no ghosts.
I don't see no ghosties.
But-
Okay.
As you walk around, each hallway looks the same as the main hall. Blood everywhere, corpses and ash everywhere.
This isn't normal. This is a disaster.
Mm-hmm. And it's maybe 5 to 10 minutes of searching before you hear sounds of a struggle.
I'm running to go see and find out
Yep.
if there's someone
same.
here, then I want to help them.
Yep. Yep. We running. We'll be running.
Okay.
Bursting into
All
doors
three
if
of
I
you.
have to.
All 3 of you, can I get you to make me a dexterity athletics, please?
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Well, that's gonna be my shittiest dice pool.
I should have brought my
Hi.
ghost with. Well, technically I did bring my ghost with me, but I should have brought my ghost outside with me.
As soon as we started running, I wanted to go ahead and... I was going to say I wanted to go ahead and rouse for celerity.
Yeah, you can rouse for fleetness.
I also want
Oh.
to rouse for fortitude.
Oh boy, that's a 1.
So, does this count as a defense test?
No. So your celerity will apply. It is an out of combat test.
Okay.
I'm
It's
rousing
terrible.
for toughness as of right now.
Boink.
Sure.
I have a whole 1 success, guys. I'm fucking booking it as fast as I can.
Boink. And I don't know what's going on, so we'll just go ahead and reroll 3 of those dice for good measure.
Sure.
Oh my god, these dice rolls are fucking me. Alright.
Yeah. So 2 for Clayton, 1 for Ashton, 4 for Valentina. Valentina, you're the only one who manages to dodge this.
Oh, it's
You see one of the doors burst open, and someone their innards explode outward. Valentina, you manage to not get any mess on you, but Clayton and Ashton, you're basically taking a claymore blast full of blood and guts.
Jesus.
Mm. Gross.
And you do find someone in the room. Battered, but clearly still there, is the Regent. Seemingly having just completed combat. And as a combat reflex, he seemingly like raises the saber that he has in his hands. And he's like watching wide-eyed.
Friendlies. Promise.
That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Mr. Malaise?
Oh, good you talk. Oh, thank the heavens.
What happened here?
Ugh.
And
Your
I'm sorry
guess
we're
is-
late, I suppose.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, where is everyone?
Oh.
Is...
With the exception of you three? I hope they're dead.
I'm...
They?
I saw the remains of... in the front rooms, that... ash and blood. Mortal and kindred alike.
Hologals. And the novitiates.
The rest of the clan?
With the exception of a couple of members in the Seneschal? Yes. The entire clan.
Oh. Oh my god.
This.
Give me a moment, I need to sit down.
By all
And
means.
No, yeah.
Valentina,
that's understandable.
Valentina is going to his side and just helping him to his seat.
You see that he's not severely injured. He's got injuries, but he's not severely injured. So he's not impaired at all. But he is exhausted.
Okay.
Are you... alright? Are you in need of anything? Something I could
I
fetch
will
for you?
persist. I will persist.
Did someone burst through the door?
No.
And
That door hasn't opened in 3 days.
Have you been fighting in here for 3 days?
No.
Oh, thank God. Well, not thank God, but
Regents, Maybe you should start from the beginning.
Great.
Something had become off about the city. The land with which we walk upon. Something shifted, something powerful. I had been in here researching, looking through every tome I possibly could to see if I could find some tell, some idea, some thought of where this could have come from, what might have caused this issue. And then, a few hours ago, members of the Chantry started reporting strange symptoms. Headaches, nausea, even within the kindred, nausea, delusions, hallucinations. And then, one by one, they started losing their minds, going crazy, attacking each other. The ghouls were first. And then kindred murdering and drinking each other. And the few that are left came after me. I felt some kind of mental pressure, but because I had been in my office, which is more heavily warded than the rest of the Chantry, I guess they didn't get to me.
Well, we can be thankful for that. It's carnage downstairs.
Yes. And he'd actually force himself to his feet. And that's not all. Come, follow. And he'd stumble out of the office and along the hallway to a viewing platform above what... This isn't necessarily the main room, but it is a large room that is very similar to the main room. And you see... there is... It's even worse than the main room in here. It reeks of blood. Freshly spilled blood.
Oh boy, oh god.
But you can see it from up here very clearly. The bodies are all arranged in a symbol.
Oh, are they?
Mm-hmm.
Do I recognize the symbol?
Based on the previous intelligence occult you made to look into symbols like this one? No.
Oh, okay. Well,
Because things haven't changed in a couple of nights such that you would immediately identify a symbol that you have no idea. You had no idea as to the nature of something similar to this.
Thought I could ask.
And they say, yeah, no, it's fine. You can ask. Yes, Victor, we can assist now.
Valentina is just like she's in shock. She's never ever seen anything like this before.
Neither is Clayton. This is a lot.
And she's just basically been stunned into silence for the most part. And when she looks down at this, like, what is this shape, this symbol? What is the approximate shape of it?
Let me get a picture of it.
Yeah. She looks down at it and then back to Regent Malaeus with just this dread on her face. I don't understand. How could something like this transpire? What could possibly do this?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
If it was by kindred of our own kind, would we not be able to sense it, see it somehow? Like an evil eye gazing upon us.
Yes. Yes, normally that would be my expectation. I haven't had the chance to go over with a fine-tooth comb by virtue of fighting.
And I don't mean to be insensitive, but you're certain that this wasn't something that your own people brought upon you? As I'm sure that would be the sheriff's concern.
None of them were effectual enough. This isn't blood sorcery. Blood sorcery does not control minds like this. We work with blood. You would find more desiccated corpses and poison than you would such frenzy. And that's the thing, too. It's not even as if the kindred were frenzying. They were just mad.
On this sort of scale, we're talking about terrible power in that regard.
ST. Question.
Yeah. Yes.
Does that symbol have any association to our little artifact? Has it shown on the artifact?
There is a similar glyph on the artifact. Not the same, but similar.
Well, we had definitely come here to ask you some questions, and I feel as if that can wait for a moment.
No, it can't. Mr. Wellsworth. The artifact.
And he'll pull it out of his
Artifact.
pocket.
We came here initially with intentions to ask you about some sort of relic that we had attained after interrogations with the Sabbats. They're in the city currently, on the hunt for something that they could not name. but from them, we pulled this.
And
And
the aura about it is distinctly evil.
I would not recommend touching it with your bare fingers.
And as you show it to him, he kind of tilts his head. Well, I would certainly see why I would not.
What is it?
This is bad.
More
This
importantly,
is-
do we dispose of it?
You know it, Regent Malleus.
Yes. And it means that these are linked. See this symbol, and he gestured to the symbol on the thing. This symbol and the shape of those bodies out there. They're letters.
Which alphabet?
They are letters of the Phoenician alphabet. This screams of this aura, this work, this manipulation screams of one thing and one thing alone.
Which is...
The children of Baal.
Wow.
There are things in this world, Mr. Wellsworth, that I do not think even we of the occult can come to comprehend. But there are things that gather in the darkness, in the shadowed recesses of our own blood. Sins in vitae made manifest. And it is when some foolish kindred decides to turn to his blood and sing to it and ask it, what secrets do you know? For there are sins that run back to the very roots of our bloodline. There are things that respond. The term that we use for them is the Arpilu. But in a more local parlance, you could call them demons. Demons that exist in the very depths of our vitae. And there are some kindred brave enough or foolish enough to commune with these beings. They offer secrets and power, sometimes beyond knowing, beyond fathoming, and in response, they take a price. Targeting of enemies or manipulations against humans and perhaps even a kindred's own humanity. Sometimes things even more apocalyptic than that, depending on the power that they tap into.
Oh,
Imagine, if you will, you of Ventru blood, the sins of your forefathers and your forefathers' forefathers, and so on and so forth, all the way back to the grandchildren of Cain. Imagine the tyrannies that they have inflicted upon others over thousands of years. Imagine this. Imagine every last iota of pain and suffering that any Ventru in your bloodline has ever wrought under the means of rulership. And coalesce that into a being. That is our pillow. That is a thing that one could indeed attempt to commune with, although recommendation of such is tantamount to a taboo that is diablerie times 1,000.
Oh, Ashton has hit the 1,000-yard stare at the mention of apocalypse and demons
But it is when this communion, when these spirits of sin, when communion becomes possession, so is a child of Baal. Kindred only insofar as they are kindred like white are kindred.
Beyond
they
reconciling.
hunt. Yes, but possessed of an ancient intelligence.
As if we didn't have enough on our plates with all of the other threats that are going on in this city.
No.
One more.
Mr. Wellsworth, I think this is the core of all the problems.
You said that you found this.
Of a war on 3 fronts. I think we found our third.
You mentioned you found this thing on a Sabbat.
Yes.
The Bali, in principle, hate the Sabbat. This is a manipulation. This... I hate to hand any sense of sympathy to our enemies. But if this is what was found on them, then they are being used just as well.
To what end?
It could be the
destruction?
I know not. I could fathom not.
The spread. Like a disease. Because it's what the Sabbat are good at. And Valentina looks down at the massacre that transpired. To bring about something much more apocalyptic.
Brisbane on fire.
These things, you say, possess kindred.
It is a thing that they can take as a price.
What happens when it possesses an elder?
Any elder foolish enough. You would create a being of unknowable power. Not necessarily unlike what we call our most venerated of elders. Not our roots, not the antediluvians, but the next step down.
The Methuselah.
Blood god, as they say.
A blood god.
Oh, fuck.
Well, I'm thoroughly disturbed for the evening.
Is this something only our elders would be able to combat, then?
I don't know. I do not know the depth of the threat. Not necessarily that it would require an elder, but it may perhaps require specialized knowledge. Given the shifts of the Furkai, perhaps someone with knowledge on how those work.
Someone has also been tampering with the void.
I do have... And Belias just so stares. We must find the Seneschal immediately.
I agree. I'm glad we're on the same page.
And get her assistance here.
More than that, warn her. She's the acting prince. And right now, anything that she says is law.
We're gonna need all the help we can get.
With the dangers that have made themselves known, the society, whatever happened to that poor man, the Sabbat, these children. Is this truly Armageddon?
And no amount of magic or something could have done this, Malleus.
No.
Demonic in
How
nature,
about-
then.
What about the veil? The veil has thinned to such a dangerous degree in the past month or so.
Suffering and massacre can bring about such things. I am not so in tune with the natures of the veil and what lies beyond it, but I do know that the veil can be weakened by such things, but that is... We are dealing with someone who has distinct knowledge of both a creature that walks like us, talks like us, but is naught but the beast incarnate. Except instead of running hot like an animal, it is cold, calculating.
I suppose we have no time to waste on this then. Regent Malleus, in the near future, with all considerations of this, do you believe yourself to still be safe here in the halls of the Chantry? Should we lock up?
The Chantry is officially compromised.
I would say so.
I have protocols in place for this. I shall enact them presently, but we must get back to the main room. It will not be safe in these halls.
After tonight, how can I contact you?
I will make sure that I am posted at Elysium every night. If you need me, you may find me there.
Do these
But
protocols include a place of rest?
yes, multiple, in fact.
Good.
Given that you are the one who knows most about this, Clayton, I had prepared many things in case one of my wayward progeny had decided to perform another high ritual, forbidden ritual.
You forgive me if one of my questions was a concern regarding your pupils.
What pupils?
I suppose that stands to answer my question then.
There are very few left of them now. And he's gonna stumble out into the main hall.
I'll follow.
As why.
By
And
their side.
as you do, you find someone standing there who wasn't standing there before.
Oh boy.
I can only handle so much stress, man.
Clayton will walk
Oh,
forward
boy.
for sure. Seneschal.
Who? And she kind of just looks up at you and tilts her head. Who?
Who did this?
No, of course not. Who is the Emperor of the Lollipop Guild? And you see that she, like, leaps up and, like, grabs onto your face, getting right close as she screams, "Of course, who did this?"
My apologies.
Answer the question.
We don't know. We suspect.
And
Mr. Malaya suspects. But we don't know who for sure.
you can see that, like, she's always been rather jovial, except for the times when she's been serious, but you can see she is now mad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She is
Prince
pissed.
Selena. Prince Selena. Current investigations have shown the possibility of Bali interference. That all
And-
complications we are facing in the city find their core in that.
And she stops. Clayton, she lets you go, kind of gently patting your cheeks. I see. And she
Mr.
plops down. I apologize for my outburst. before will come with me. Now.
Ashton's just like, oh god, I got roped into this. He's like,
Yes, my prince.
yes, my prince.
Clayton will nod and just follow silently.
And on that cliffhanger, that's where we're gonna end the session for today.
This is going to be the worst ever because that fucking
Fuck
venture
you.
mesmerize is still there, and I know that Valentina's gonna turn around after this and go straight. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Straight to those fucking venture and lay that out to them.
Fuck.
No. This is the worst. Okay.
You.
Ah!
I will note, as a point, as occultist things seem, there are very simple non-occult solutions to this problem. It's just a matter of finding them.
Hi, but I'm
Okay.
an occultist. I want to do occult things. Let me do
Oh, you
occult
will,
things.
you will be able to do occult things. It's just a matter of it's going to take efforts from everyone because it's going to be a mixture of both occult and non-occult stuff that's going to solve this.
I still have a whole ass pamphlet I need to translate.
In fact, Valentina's probably got a lot of work ahead of her socially.
Yeah, because this is my one chance to do the thing that I want to do. So let's just get on with this. I need to put some experience down.
You most certainly do.
This is the worst possible opportunity to be doing this. But we'll see.
Poor Malaeus. He
Okay,
has
no,
no
we will
students
see how-
anymore.
He had, well, the
He only has a
Tremere
couple.
in the city, the Tremere in the city have gone from several dozen to like 5.
Yeah, that's fucked. That's fucked as fuck.
Yeah.
Experience time, I
Malaeus
guess.
has a friend in Clayton. Clayton will help him.
Ashton wants to be his friend, but Ashton's too creepy to make friends.
Now, we are going to move on to experience because, weirdly enough, we don't have any stains this evening.
Woo!
Yay!
Hell
I got
yeah.
guts spurted on me, and I got no stands for it.
No stains.
You are,
yay.
however, still dripping with viscera.
Yeah.
Clayton and Ashton.
My whole.
I just start licking myself like a cat.
All of my clothes are ruined right now, but you know what? Clayton has zero compunctions about what he looks like right now because this is the disaster zone.
Ashton just starts
That's you.
off himself. Blood, licking blood off of his hands. Cleans himself like a fucking cat.
I think I met my
Alright.
desire.
I talked with Valentina. I think I met mine too.
I also met
Yeah,
my
that's
desire.
Yes, you will get 2 for if you you'll get 2 if you for showing up, and 2 if you met your desire.
Hell yeah, let's
Yay,
go.
which I did.
I'm at 100 experience even, y'all.
Jesus.
I brought in a
Holy
bunch
shit.
of
That's
of my old
total
experience. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he brought
okay.
in a bunch of his old experience, so he didn't get the buff like everyone else did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's because I'm a previous Chronicle character.
Yes. So if you met your desire, cool, note it down. You get the 2 XP. If you didn't meet your desire, then either leave it or change it. Up to you.
I met with Malaeus.
Finally.
You did.
finally did.
Finally did.
This man session 1 was like, I'm gonna meet with Malaeus. But yeah.
Session 13, you finally did, but look what happened.
There we go. Hello
Look.
with me.
Look, this guy just lost a bunch of his ghouls and his students.
Yeah.
And now he's down to a clan of 5. So this man's is gonna need
He's
some friends.
feeling it.
He's feeling it.
He needs some therapy. Here, I'll be his therapist. Let's go.
You'll be his confessional, not his therapist.
Forgive me, Ashton, for I have sinned. It's father, but close enough.
Dear
It's father, but close enough.
God. But we now have our category votes.
Category.
We have plot pusher, best scene, best line. The audience vote, of course, and my 1 XP MVP.
And the poll
Which
is
is my
almost over,
decision.
so get your votes in, guys.
Yeah, get your
Yeah.
votes in! Now...
Yeah, take it from me. 70s mobster. Ashton Sacks. Get your votes in.
Look,
Now,
I think I'm doing a terrible job doing an Australian accent, so there's that.
you're not doing that. You're not doing that bad.
Listen, I knew I do terrible. That's why when I did my Clayton impression, I didn't even try because I was like, I'm not getting that accent right.
But question
gotta try.
question for you, CJ. Are you still voting alongside Raven?
I was just going to copy instead of
Yep,
it being a symbolic thing.
Fair.
Okay. Alrighty then. So, let's start with plot pusher. Who pushed the plot this session?
Hi.
Clayton.
Like,
Hi.
We have a
Clayton.
vote Clayton, 2 vote Clayton, 4 vote Clayton.
Hi.
Clayton.
I went and talked to Malayas and saw the shit show.
That is unanimous.
That's
mhm.
2 experience, right?
2.
That is 2.
Dos.
Woo.
Hay un dólar. Uno, dos.
Can you say chingados? No, you can't.
Crazy.
Who had the best scene?
Me and
I'm
Harpy. Ashton got the audience favorite though.
Ashton, you got the 2 for the audience.
All
I'm
right.
gonna say Ashton for that scene with Ashton and Valentina.
Yeah.
It was definitely
2
very
Ashton.
good.
3 Ashton. 3 Ashton, 1 Clayton. Judge.
I'll go for Clayton.
2 Clayton. Ashton, your vote is last.
I poured my heart and soul out of that. I'm giving myself that.
That is fair enough. Ashton, you get the best scene for this evening.
I just ripped this man's whole character a new one, and I was like, here's everything that you need to know about why he does what he does.
Who had the best line this evening?
I'll put mine in there with the little Nosferatu came in like a wrecking ball.
Once. 2 for Skye.
Hey,
Valentina.
corpse fuckers. You, a corpse?
I did
Valentina.
enjoy that. That was very funny. Valentina for me.
3 Valentina.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
But also, an honorable mention is Ashton. Icky.
Yeah, Ashton
Icky.
said icky.
Icky. He did
Icky.
say icky.
He said icky a few times.
Yep.
Alright, well, best line goes to Valentina for them a corpse fucker, you a corpse. It seemingly makes sense to me, darling.
It makes sense to me, darling. It's crazy.
And now, the MVP, the audience vote went to Ashton, and
Yep.
the MVP. I have 2 this evening, actually. It's gonna be Ashton and Valentina.
Oh.
Each of you are getting an XP. That scene was beautifully done.
Okay, I'll take it.
I would also like to give an honorable mention to Judge. for the scene with his touchstone. This
I
man just tried his
am the
best.
version of mostly. I tiptoed around that situation so fucking hard, bro.
You have to. That's the position that you put yourself in. You have to tiptoe around it.
Did that to yourself. I'm kidding.
I'll drop kick you, bro.
Come at me, bruh. I'll activate my stand. You won't know what's coming.
Eventually something's gonna happen to Clayton's ex-wife, and I'm just like, what do you got in store for me, Gavin? I don't know.
Could have already happened. You never know. Someone fed off of an elderly person.
And they'll never know.
Insane.
How dare you? How dare you?
God, I'm at 32. Oh my god, I can do the thing. Guys, it's been real, but I'm delving headfirst into the darkness. Oblivion 5 is mine.
Congrats. Damn.
Big damn. Also, I would like to make an expenditure real quick. In that, I'm going to spend experience on getting Ashton's New Haven a security system at 3 dots.
What?
Okay.
Alright. Okay, I'll take. Yeah, alright. Bet.
So that's
I-
all
I-
9
I
out of
will-
my
I
11
will-
experience.
I will allow this expenditure.
Hold on, I gotta I've had to separate which ones are the church, which ones are
Oh
not.
my
So I'm
God.
putting,
Wait, I
Haven
know
on
how it.
church, Haven church.
I know how it fucking happened too. Fucking, fucking Ashton asked for some help getting everything moved, and Clayton just did it without asking or anything. Just installed it.
Probably.
Probably. Clayton's asked.
Wow.
Clayton's asked and knows that these things are important to him and knows that the man will probably not admit to needing help, so he's just going to do it.
Not meant to be needing help in public, maybe in private, because he definitely did it private. I just started collecting them and I can't stop. That is literally
That's fine. They're going to be secure. You're going to have an alarm system. You're going to have motion detectors. You're going to have cameras. You're going to have the lot.
And you're gonna see so much weird shit on those cameras.
How much is it gonna how long is it gonna take for me to move everything over?
Not very long. If you get
Okay.
help, a night.
And to be
Okay.
fair, it's CCTV. It is not broadcast.
I was meaning all my shrine and my surgery stuff. How long would that take?
The surgery stuff isn't gonna take very long. Like I said, if you get help, it's gonna be a night. If you don't, then it's gonna be a couple.
Okay. So far I have a security system, my 3-dot focus, and then the 3 dots at church, and then I can move everything over by itself.
You can
Okay.
you can move the shrine and the surgery over. Yes.
No, I just meant why I was gonna wait until I could actually do it. Because right now it's still at the other Haven.
Yeah.
Or are you just telling me to go ahead and port it over?
Well, no, I was just saying that you can move it. It'll be a scene before you can note it down on your sheet as it's moved, but you
Okay.
can move it.
But I have some
I don't
pretty
know how
good
much
stuff
Clayton
so far.
knows about this new house, but the
He'll
security
find out.
system, yeah, the security system will
You'll
be there as soon
probably
as he
tell him.
knows.
You'll probably be told.
Well,
I imagine it's just like this. They're in the car driving. They're all quiet, and next thing you know, Ashton goes they bought me at church.
Now, we did go a little over, so I think it is time for us to sign off because I would like to have a little table talk with my players before we all sign off for the evening.
Oh boy. He'll talk.
A little bit of after game
Nothing.
chat. Yes.
Yes, a little after game chat. Nothing major or anything. I just want to just check in on where you guys are thinking. That's all. So, with that cliffhanger, that's it for us here at the River City. remember to keep an eye on this channel on Wednesdays for San Antonio by Night Blood Gambit, and here on Saturdays for the next episode of Brisbane by Night Hellfire. If you miss any of the episodes, you can feel free to watch them on the YouTube when someone does the link to the YouTubes.
Yep.
You should go ahead and check it out. You'll get some real context.
Yep.
If you like what if you like what Coffee does and what we do here, you can come and even join us in the Discord. There's one of those. We have one of those.
We have one of those. Yep.
And for now, I think that's all. Say goodnight, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Don't let the demons bite.